is now called to order. And let me acknowledge the physical presence of Senator Padilla. Good morning, sir. And online presence of Senator Bongo. And before we continue, let me direct the committee secretary to acknowledge our resource persons for today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. For our public hearing on proposed Senate Resolution number 5 on the status of the K-12 implementation, mother tongue-based multilingual education, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of our resource persons. From the Department of Education, we have Yusek Epimaco Vidensing, ASEC GHS Ambat, and Director Jocelyn D.R. Andaya. From the Department of Education, Cordillera Administrative Region, we have the Regional Director, Dr. Estela L. Carino. From the Ministry of Basic, Higher, and Technical Education of BARM, we have the Director General of the Basic Education, Director Abdullah Salik Jr., and Head of the Curriculum Division, Mr. Yul Olaya. From the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, we have Dr. Aniceto C. Orbeta Jr. From the Assessment, Curriculum, and Technology Research Center, we have the Director, Dr. Marie-Therese Angeline P. Bustos, and Dr. Nona Marlene B. Ferido, Deputy Director of ACTRC. From the teachers, we're still waiting for the Coordinating Council of Private Educational Associations or COCOPEA, Synergia Foundation, and Teachers Dignity Coalition. From the National PTA Philippines, physically present is Mr. Wilfredo O. Rodriguez, the President, and virtually present is Dr. Nunilon Moreno, NPTA Philippines Advisor. From the Philippine Business for Education, we have the incoming Executive Director, Ms. Justine Raagas, and Ms. Therese Diana R. Peña. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Comsec. Today we'll be tackling Senate Resolution number 5, entitled Resolution Directing the Senate Committee on Basic Education, Arts, and Culture to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation, the status of the implementation of the K-12 law for the purpose of crafting policy recommendation and initiating complementary and amendatory legislation to further strengthen the law and ensure its effective and efficient integration into the Philippine basic education system to provide quality education and achieve global competitiveness. But today we'll be focusing on the status of the implementation of the mother tongue based multilingual education, or MTB-MLE. And this was in the note that was sent to you through an invitation. So today we'll be focusing on the implementation of the mother tongue. And the K-12 law has many facets, no? many components. But today we want to focus on the implementation of the mother tongue. Personally, I've conducted numerous consultations, both from the academe as well as the practitioners. And we have a lot of position papers regarding the theory and the analysis of the mother tongue. But today we want to focus on the implementation. No? After 2013, when the K-12 law became a law, the mother tongue was fully implemented. And we want to know how it is being implemented, what is the efficacy or the effectiveness of the mother tongue, as well as what are the challenges in the implementation of the mother tongue. So we'll be focusing on the implementation. This will be a series of hearings. Later on, we'll be focusing on the theory, on best practices, also on global research. But today we want to focus first on the implementation because, again, we've been conducting many consultations, not only here in Metro Manila, but nationwide. So we want to complete our consultation with a public hearing on the implementation. So with that, before we continue, let me inquire from Senator Padilla if he has an opening remarks. But we're very fortunate that Senator Padilla is here. No? Senator Padilla actually gave a privilege speech on the use of Filipino as well as mother tongue. Siya po ay isa sa pinakamasugid na tagapagsulong ng wikang Filipino at paggamit ng sarili nating wika. At maganda ho na nandito siya para may lahad niya at ma-share no, yung kanyang mga saloobin at maayos ho natin yung mga dapat ho natin maayos at ma-improve yung mga dapat ho natin ma-improve sa implementasyon po ng mother tongue. So, Senator Padilla?
Magandang umaga po, mahal na tagapangulo, atin pong senador, win-win Gatchalian. Basta laga pong win-win lagi. At ako po'y bumabati rin po ng magandang umaga sa atin pong mga bisita ngayong araw na to. Napakaganda po ng usapin patungkol po pagdating sa wika sapagkat dito po nananalamin ang ating kultura, ang ating pagkatao, yung kalayaan po natin, nandito lahat nakapaloob po rito. At siyempre, nandito din po nakapaloob yung ating pag-usbong at pag-unlad. Hindi lamang po dito sa ating bansa, kundi sa usapin sa buong mundo. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po, mahal na Pangulo.
Maraming salamat, Senator Padilla. We're also very fortunate to be joined by another staunch education advocate, Senator Pia Cayetano, who is also a member of the Education Commission. Senator Cayetano, any opening remarks? I think maybe she will join us later on. How about Senator Bongo? Any opening remarks, sir? Hearing none, so we go to the hearing proper. We will start off with a briefing from the Department of Education. And the briefing, just to for an orderly discussion, Yusek Densing, let's focus on the implementation first. What are the learnings? What are the challenges? And what are the ways forward? I mentioned earlier that we've been conducting a series of consultations. Personally, I am still in the middle of processing all of the information and data that we have gathered. We don't have a specific recommendation yet as to the issue of the mother tongue. So that's why today we'll be hearing the stakeholders, primarily the Department of Education, on the implementation of the mother tongue. So with that, we turn over the floor to the Department of Education, headed today, represented by Yusek Densing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Committee on Basic Education, the Culture and the Arts, fellow workers in government, magandang umaga po sa inyo. Una sa lahat, gusto ko sanang banggitin bilang panimula bago ko ilipat po kay ASEC G.H. Ambat ang pagpepresenta ng mga programa ng pag-implement ng mother tongue that as early as 2009 through Department Order 74. So this was prior to the enactment of the Law of Republic Act 10533, which is simply called the K-12 law. The Department Order institutionalized the mother tongue-based multilingual education system or program, which was piloted through 921 schools all over the country using 12 major languages. And through the years after the enactment of Republic Act 10533, this has been expanded to 19 languages, which we continue to implement using this program. However, because the law, specifically Section 4 of the K-12 law, required that the mother tongue be used as a medium of instruction for K-3, we have continuously, or the Department of Education has continuously done its mandate in this regard, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. So with this, I'd like to turn over the floor to Assistant Secretary G.H. Ambat and her team to present how the MTB MLE program was implemented or being implemented or using the mother tongue as a medium of instruction for K to 3 since 2013, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. So, ASEC GH, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Magandang umaga po sa Committee on Basic Education of the Senate, Mr. Chair, Senator Padilla, Senator Bongo, and Senator Cayetano. So is our presentation ready? We sent it to the Secretariat.
Give me a few minutes or a few seconds to for the secretariat to locate the presentation. Diyan na.
Okay, thank you, Secretariat. All right, so on the status of the implementation of the MTB-MLE program in the Philippines, as mentioned by the chair, we will go straight to the status of the implementation. So please move the slides to the fourth slide, please. Next. All right. Local and international research on the role of the first language in teaching and learning gave rise to the establishment of the mother tongue-based multilingual education. This program, which is essentially the department's response to the defunct bilingual education policy, is a salient part of the implementation of the K-12 basic education program. It underscores the importance of learning using the language that the child knows best and can use most effectively in order to develop a strong foundation for further education and literacy development. Next slide. The Department of Education implements MLE two ways. One as a learning area, which aims to develop literacy. So in literacy in the learner's mother tongue enables immediate comprehension because the learners have enough vocabulary for language comprehension, thus reading comprehension happens. And the second prong would be as a medium of instruction, which aims to make learners better understand the concepts, develop the cognitive and reasoning skills, and better apply these skills in everyday life. Next, please. As mentioned by Yusek Densing in his opening statement, we piloted its implementation in 2009, starting with 12 major languages. So we covered languages in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And in the following year, we added 8 more languages. So by now, we have 19 languages covered. Next slide, please. While the Komisyon ng Wikang Filipino cites that there are 130 spoken languages in the country, the 19 languages used by DepEd in its MTB-MLE program already covers 85% of the total population of school-aged children in K-3. So this table shows the number of classes organized and the number of learners in K-3 for using mother tongue for the current school year. Next, please. So when you talk of teachers training, starting with our implementation of the program, we have rolled out several capability building workshops and orientations for our teachers, starting with the basic mother tongue-based multilingual training, which is a 4-phase training participated in by school heads and teachers. So this training covers the basic and general concepts of early literacy and numeracy, play-based and oral language development for kindergarten, two-track method for reading in the mother tongue, the bridging process in 2 languages, the bridging process in 3 languages. So a total of 183,553 regional MTB coordinators and K-3 teachers attended the national trainings. In the region-wide trainings, a total of 78,872 have been trained. This includes supervisors, school heads, and K-3 teachers. However, it should be noted that the target number of educators to be trained for this program is 305,099. The next slide will show the other trainings that we've conducted in 2018, 2019, 2019, and the number of participants in those trainings. When you talk of learning resources, the Bureau of Learning Resources in the department procures the textbooks and other learning resources for use in the implementation of the MTB-MLE program. In recent years, the Bureau of Learning Delivery has developed several supplementary learning resources, such as primer lessons for grades 1 to 3. The primer lessons includes teachers' guides, activity books, and learners' materials, assessment and books, teachers' books on working orthography of the language, grammar, and spelling guides. These primer lessons were also converted into ebooks using Kotobi donated by the USAID. Our regions, next slide, please. So these are the learning resources developed and procured by DepEd Central Office. Our regions also have their own efforts in developing learning resources to implement the program. So next slide, please. So our regional offices have developed primer tracks, small books, big books, learning activity sheets, video lessons, and audio-based lessons to implement MTB-MLE. Currently, there are 20 languages with 4 minima requirements that are undergoing review. Next slide, please. So you can see in the slide what languages are these undergoing review. So we have the languages in region 3, Mimaropa, region 6, region 9, region 11, and region 12. Next, please. Another 26 languages with 4 minima requirements are up for finalization. So in the slide, you will see the languages from Mimaropa, region 10, region 11, region 8, and CAR. Next slide, please. So we are pleased to report the gains of the MTB-MLE program. And for one, we would like to show to you the results of the language assessment for primary grades in 2015. So the table displays the mean percentage results for language learners who took the test in English, Filipino, and mother tongue. The findings show a considerable improvement in the language proficiency of learners when the mother tongue is used as a subject and medium of instruction. This is evidence that using the mother tongue as the foundation of instruction and as learning area is a strategy for improving language learning capacity that can help learners transition to their second language and gradually into their third language. Another survey done this time by Save the Children showed that children who began schooling in their first language by bridging 2 second languages were significantly more competent in all areas of study than their counterparts, outperformed English-taught students in reading, math, and social studies, learned to read more quickly and better in math and science, observed to be actively participating in different classroom activities, and they also completed school days. So for these learners who learned in the mother tongue, their dropout and repetition rates decreased. Next slide, please. The 2018 ELNA results also showed that half of all pupils are proficient and highly proficient in Filipino, while close to a quarter have reached proficiency and high proficiency in English. About 1/3 of the non-Tagalog test takers were considered as proficient and highly proficient in their respective mother tongues, and about 16% of the same group were proficient and highly proficient in numeracy. Next slide, please. Among the empty groups, 17 of the 19 groups obtained an equivalent of nearly proficient levels in the overall mean percentage scores. Pupils' performance varied by empty, and having the same language at home and in the school yielded better pupil performance. And when you talk of groups, our Ivatan group achieved the highest mean percentage score in the mother tongue, Filipino and English, while the Yakan group achieved the highest MPS in numeracy. Next slide, please. Among our IP learners, studies have shown that for a large number of our indigenous children who come from different linguistic groups, even if they are in school, they have to be taught in their mother tongue, because much as they are enrolled, they will still have to be able to be taught and learn in their mother tongue. So with MTB-MLE, there was increased participation in IP communities, and it contributed to the maintaining the 110% increase in IP learners enrollment even during the pandemic. And the inclusion of IP languages in teaching learning process has contributed to reduced bullying of our IP learners. Next slide, please. The various studies, local studies conducted from 2014, 2015, 2016, also cited a better performance for our learners taught in the mother tongue. So we have Rica Blanca showing that the results show that the pupils' achievement with mother tongue-based instruction was significantly higher than the achievement of those who were taught in English, both in the post-test and in the retention test. For Navarro, in 2016, the findings revealed that the teachers' high level of awareness and the high quality of implementation have created certain benefits and opportunities, which allowed the students to learn and enjoy the varied learning activities. For Wamableka in 2014, the findings showed that the positive teachers' perception about their role in the policy based on the first language learning, students' culture, and the Philippines as a nation. Next slide, please. For Metila, Pradilla, and Williams, in their study, the best practices in the implementation of MTB-MLE, 4 schools were considered exemplary. These were schools employed strategies that are consistent with the principles identified in the framework for effective implementation of MTB-MLE. The teachers claimed that learners have become more expressive in their ideas and have become more participative in class discussions, making them more confident to share their thoughts. And that is the very essence of MTB-MLE and its existence in the curriculum in the Philippine context. For Medillo, Blacano, Minasbate, they also showed positive results when it comes to our teachers learning, teachers teaching, and our children's performance as well. So we move on to the next slide. So the challenges of MTB-MLE. Although we have the data to claim the effectiveness of the program, we are here because the program is not without challenges. Some will say, what about the others? We will take a look at the challenges that were found by other studies as well. So next slide, please. So for Monje, one of the most highly cited studies on MTB-MLE is that authored by Monje, Orbeta, Francisco Abrigo, and Capones. In their process evaluation of the program, they state that less than 10% of the 16,479 schools surveyed have fulfilled the four minimum requirements needed to successfully implement the program. Writing of big books, documenting the orthography, the grammar, the dictionary of the language. Equally alarming are issues concerned with the conceptual domain of the MTBMLE and how it deals with linguistic diversity in the classroom. At present, the primary model of the implementation assumes that a child is exposed to only one MT, as suggested by the linguistic mapping of the DepEd. Even in highly linguistically diverse communities with learners of several MTs, a lingua franca model is implemented, forcing students to learn another MT, which is not their own, thereby resulting to lack of proficiency in both the actual MT and the supposed mother tongue. The reality is further hampered by procurement and budget issues at the schools level. Similarly, next slide, please. Similarly, the study of Cruz in 2015 exposed comparable problems as it looked into the utilization of the mother tongue as a learning area or subject in the division of Pangasinan 1. In this division, grade 1 teachers have to contend with modules that are either found inadequate or inappropriate. Results also show that the grade 1 teachers use another language as auxiliary to the mother tongue, offering in the division, causing clamor for relevant trainings and provision of evaluation instruments. Parallel to this, Manglia in 2018 found that instructional materials used in teaching the mother tongue subject are not culturally relevant, as inconsistencies exist in the cultural messages conveyed. The study therefore recommends the development of a sufficient number of localized and culturally relevant instructional materials, as these greatly help concretize the students' learning experience in the classrooms. Furthermore, it also suggests that teachers be regularly sent to trainings and seminars to equip them with the knowledge and skills needed in the production of such materials in the classroom. So this implementation-related challenges cited above, from inaccuracies in linguistic mapping and reporting to the development and dissemination of learning resources, are against the principles of MTBMLE, as learners are forced to use a language that is unnatural for them in the process of acquiring both language proficiency and content knowledge. These issues of implementation are being addressed by the Department of Education. Next slide, please. The DepEd, through its bureaus, is now finalizing the operations manual on the MTBMLE program to improve the implementation. With support from Congress, we are also we were also working on more efficiently funding the capability building activities for school leaders, K-3 teachers, and the development of learning materials on MTBMLE. There are plans to conduct MTBMLE conferences to increase awareness and recognize local efforts and practices. And also we propose that we revisit Republic Act number 7743. This is on the establishment of libraries in the LGUs throughout the Philippines to encourage local governments to maintain and sustain the literacy support system in their localities. Next, please. So that will be all. Marami po salamat.
Thank you. Thank you, Asek, for the update. Right, we'll be asking some questions, and we'll start off with Senator Padilla. Do you want to start off with questions to DepEd? Ano ba tayong mga katanungan?
Opo, magandang umaga po uli, mahal Chairman. Meron lang po akong mga gustong i-share, siguro po mas sharing po ito sa atin pong mga mahal na guro. Kanina po nakita ko po doon sa, ang sabi doon,
I think it's confused.
in the initial implementation of the mother tongue-based multilingual education program in ito po 2012-2013, 8 major languages. Nakalagay po doon Tagalog. Maganda po ito. Maganda pong pag-usapan sapagkat kanina nga po, Chairman, hinahanap ko si Dr. Arthur P. Casanova sapagkat mas mapapaliwanag po niya sa atin na yung salita pong Tagalog, yaan po ay napakatandang salita na po niyan. Yaan po ay pagka tinignan niyo po yan sa ating mga libro at kayo po ay nagsaliksik, yaan po ay kapabilang sa tinatawag natin na Austronesian languages. Napakatanda na po niyan. At kapag sinabi po natin na Tagalog, kasama po dyan ito. Kasama po dito ang Kapampangan, Pangasinan, Panggalatok, Ilocano, Bicol, Cebuano, Hiligaynon, Waray. Lahat po ito na binabanggit dito hanggang Tausug, Maguindanon, lahat po ito Tagalog. Pagka atin pong hinaliksik, ibig pong sabihin ng Tagalog kasi taga-ilog. Lahat po ng unang dumating dito sa ating bayan, at yan naman po ay masasaliksik po nyo yan, at alam kong kayo po, alam nyo na po yan saan sa DepEd. Ang mga unang dumating po dito sa ating bayan, kaya po tinawag na taga-ilog, kasi hindi naman po kagad yan namumundog. Pag landing yan, hahanap sila kung saan marapit ang tubig, doon sila titira. Opo, ganun po yan, ano. Kaya po sana, mas maganda po kung maging gamitin po natin yung Filipino. Imbis na Tagalog, sasabihin natin, itong tinuturo namin sa mga bata ay Tagalog. Ay, mas maganda po sana, diretsahin na natin yung mga bata na ito ay Filipino. Filipino. Tagalog. Kasi magkakaroon po, pag lumaki po sila, pagka tumanda sila, at nagsaliksik sila, maguguluhan po sila. Sasabihin nila, ang Kapampangan pala, Tagalog din. Ang Panggalatok pala, Tagalog din. Ang Ilocano, Tagalog din pala. Mas maganda po na sa maagang edad nila, alam nila na yung Filipino, ito, yung sinasalita ko po ngayon, Filipino, ito po ay kumbaga anak na ng Tagalog. Kasi marami na rin pong ano dyan eh. Marami na rin pong nabago. Siyempre, hindi po natin maiiwasan. Pagka tinignan nyo po, ang salitang Tagalog, 1,000 of years na po yan. Ano? Ganun po kayaman ang ating... Kaya very proud na proud po ako sa salita natin, sa wika natin. Dahil mas matanda pa po ito sa maraming lingwahe. At talagang kung mapipreserve natin, napakaganda po. Ako po ay naniniwala sa mother tongue. Kung ano po yung, kasi ako po yung matanda na rin, ano? Ako po yung 53 na. Nung ako po yung nag-aaral pa dito sa Siena College, talagang meron kang subject sa Pilipino, may subject ka sa English, pero pagka nagtuturo yung teacher, ang ginagamit niya, Pilipino. At pagka English ang tinuturo, English ang dialogue po ng teacher, ano? At kapag lalo na kapag history na tinawag, napakalalim na Tagalog naman ang ginagamit ng mga teacher. Sana po, mapakaganda po na ako po'y sumusuporta dito sa mother tongue. Kasi wag nating ipilit sa mga bata yung hindi naman nila nagagamit. At lalo na po ako, no, yung mga anak ko din po, nag-aral din yan sa abroad. Yun po, pagdating nila sa paaralan nila, English, siyempre, English ang salita doon. Pero pagdating namin sa bahay, pinipilit ko silang magsalita ng Tagalog. Pero, siyempre, yung pong Tagalog, pag sinabi kong Tagalog, kasi yung nanay nila dati, Kapampangan. Ako naman, taga Bulacan, so, Pilipino. So, marami silang lingwa, multilingual yung mga anak ko. Sa akin po, ang bata, sa murang edad na napakadami niyang natututunan ng wika, maganda. Napakaganda. At ang utak ng bata, sumisip-sip yan eh. Kaya po, ng kaalaman na, ibig ko pong sabihin, huwag po natin i-discourage yung mga bata na ito lang nga matutunan mo, ipipilit mo sa kanya. Hindi po. Palakasin lang po natin yung Filipino para kung kahit saan man siya pumunta, sa lugar sa Pilipinas, masasalita niya yung Filipino. Parang yan yung ating, sabi nga po sa konstitusyon, dalawang salita, English at Filipino, instruction. Pero, huwag natin i-discourage yung mother tongue nila. At pinag-usapan nga po namin yan din doon sa plenary, na yung ating mga bayani, yung mga panahon nila, halimbawa, ang most powerful country noon ay Spain, ay napakagaling po mag-Espanyol ng ating mga bayani ano, at mga Pilipino, mas magagaling pa sa tunay na Espanyol. At katunayan nga po niyan sa isang libro na naisulat, na sinasabi nila na si Andres Bonifacio ay hindi aral. Oo, hindi siya nakapapunta sa mga universidad. Pero ilan ang salitang alam ni Andres Bonifacio? Marunong siyang mag-English, marunong siyang mag-German, marunong siyang mag-Espanyol. Talaga pong ang Pilipino, ang ating lahi, mula pa nun, tayo ay multilingual na. Kaya hindi po ito imposible sa ating mga bata na sila po ay maging multilingual. Dahil yan po ay katangian natin bilang mga Pilipino. Maraming salamat po, mahal na Tagapangulo.
Thank you. Thank you. Maraming salamat, Senator Robin, for that comment and those insights. Makatulong ho yan dito sa diskusyon ho natin tungkol sa implementasyon po ng mother tongue. May mga katanungan po ako sa DepEd at I think Yusek Densing, you want to react first before I throw in some questions?
Opo, Mr. Chairman, may dadagdag lang po ako. Nasa kalagitnaan po kami ng na pagpa-finalize po ng K-10 curriculum, yung revised K-10 curriculum, pagkatapos po ng ilang buwan ng masusing pakipagkonsultahan at sa iba't ibang sektor at stakeholders ng education sector. And we are now in the process of decongesting the K-10, dahil K-10 pa po ang aming na-review at na-revise, to decongest it. At ang isang pinag-aralan namin ng malalim sa curriculum and instruction strand ng DepEd at napagkasunduan namin on a consensual basis ay dito sa mother tongue po, no? Base sa mandato po ng K-12 law, ipapagpatuloy pa rin po natin ang paggamit ng mother tongue bilang bahagi ng medium of instruction sa ating mga kabataan sa K-3. Pero mayroon kami isang napagkasunduan na tingin namin makaka-decongest. Dahil alam po namin, pag sinabi nating mother tongue, kaya po natin ginagamit yan. Dahil yan po ang ginagamit nating lingwahe sa pang-araw-araw, no? Mula ng pagkabata natin sa bahay, sa komunidad. So isa sa napagkasunduan pa namin, Mr. Chair, ay meron po tayong subject, no? From grade 1 to grade 3, mother tongue as a language. Mother tongue as a subject. We all agreed in the curriculum and instruction strand to do away with the 50 minutes of mother tongue as a subject. So in other words, we will decongest 50 minutes of learning on the mother tongue as a subject. Rather, this will be reallocated for our national reading program and national math program. Pero inuulit ko po, yung mother tongue as a medium of instruction will be continued as mandated by Republic Act 10533 for K-3 because we accept the fact that there is no need to formally put as a subject the mother tongue to the children because this is already considered their everyday language in school, in the community, and family. So ang assumption dyan, naiintindihan po nila yan pag itinuro na sa K-3. Pero hindi na kailangan ito maging isang subject para ituro pa sa ating mga K-3 learners. So ito po'y ipapasok na revision sa ating K-10 revised curriculum. Ipinapaalam na po namin sa komite at sinasubject na po for finalization po ito para sa inyong kaalaman po. Yun po, Mr. Chair.
Mabuhay po atin pong kaibigan na Yusek Epimaco Densing III. Boss, alam ko tinulungan mo kung eleksyon nakita pa tayo Thank you, boss Ako'y nakasuporta sa iyo. Tanong ko lang po, Bali 3 taon lang po nilang pag-aaralan po nila yung mother language nila. Pagkatapos po noon, paano po kaya yon?
Ang sa ating curriculum po, ang mangyayari, meron po tayong subject sa English, sa Filipino, sa math, araling panlipunan, good manners and right conduct. Meron din tayong physical education, music, and arts. So yun po ang pinaka-pundasyon. Itong mga subject na ito, labas sa English and Filipino, pwede pong ituro sa mother tongue. So kung Hiligaynon po yan, pwedeng ituro po ang araling panlipunan sa Hiligaynon. Kung math po yan, pwedeng gamitin pong Hiligaynon sa pagtuturo ng math. Ang sinasabi lang po natin, yung Hiligaynon as a subject, hindi na po natin isasama. Kasi ang nangyari po, kung titingnan natin yung curriculum bago itong revision, merong subject na Hiligaynon, may subject na Tagalog, may subject na... So hindi na natin gagawin po yun, yung subject na yun. Mawawala na po yun sa revised curriculum natin as a subject, pero gagamitin pa rin ito ng ating mga learners from grade 1 to grade 3. So ituturo pa rin sa ganyang, para mas madali pa rin nilang matutunan dahil ito po yung mandato ng ating batas.
Opo. Yung pong, ako po kasi, napakarami ko pong, ba't may echo? Nag-e-echo tayo Ayun, nawala. Opo. Tanong ko lang po, yung pong, yung pong grammar na lang sa mother tongue, siyempre, grade 1, 2, 3, medyo ano pa yan, hindi pa masyadong ano yung grammar nila, no? Kasi may grammar din po bawat wika, no? Paano po kaya, ano na lang, automatic na lang habang sila tumatanda, na tututunan na lang po nila yung mga grammar dahil yun naman ang ginagamit nila, no? Ganun po ba yun?
Tama po yun, Mr. Senator Robin. Tama po kayo na tinulungan ko nga kayo nung election. Tama po yun na ganun po ang mangyayari kasi ang pananaw namin
Nakakain niyo pa ako ng masarap.
namin ito. Kasi araw-araw na po ginagamit ng mga bata po yan sa bahay, sa kapitbahay, sa mga kalaro. Yun na talagang yung kanilang mother tongue nang ginagamit nila pang araw-araw. So hindi na kailangan ituro ang grammar nito. Ang importante, ginagamit yung mother tongue na lingwahe sa pagtuturo. So banggit ko nga kanina example, kung ang math po ito, aralang panlipunan sa K to 3, Hiligaynon lang gagamitin para mas madali matutunan. Anyways, kaagibat naman po nito, tinuturo na yung Filipino and English para pagdating po sa grade 4 pataas, ay din na rin sila, introduce na rin sila sa English and Filipino. Importante, hinahalo natin ito sa kanilang pagtuturo kasi para mas madali lang matutunan sa kanilang murang edad po hanggang grade 3.
Opo, napakahalaga po kasi noon kasi ang wika, soul yan kaluluwa ng isang lahi. At lalo na kung nasa puso nila yung mother tongue nila, di para mo na rin talagang nasa puso yung nanay mo talaga. Kaya maraming salamat po. Napakaganda po. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Robin. Buti ka pa pinakain ni Yusek Densing. Hindi ko alam kung tinulungan ako ni Yusek Densing nung nakaraan.
Unit team to, boss.
Oo nga. Kaya ka nag-number 1 kasi tinulungan ka ni Yusek Densing
Boss, tinulungan tayo lahat dito. Unit team to.
Thank you. Biro lang, Yusek. I have some questions to DepEd and Yusek or Asek can answer this. And I want to go back to the basics first. No? And in DO21 series of 2019, there were minimum conditions or minimum requirements. I think it's called minima conditions that has to be fulfilled first, no, in order to see a successful rollout of the mother tongue. And these are, let me just read it. Number 1 is big books. Number 2, orthography. Number 3, grammar. And number 4, dictionary. So, based on your, kasi ito po yung pinakamahalaga, these 4 conditions should be present first before we can claim that it's a successful rollout. So, I want to ask DepEd, either ASEC or USEC, how many schools nationwide, in terms of percentage, have these four conditions been met?
Go ahead, ASEC GH.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I will call on our Director for Learning Delivery, Director Laila Ariola, to respond to your query.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Asek Ariola. Kasi importante ho, we put all the basics first eh. And I want to put that on record that we have addressed all the conditions because the conditions came from DepEd and I understand the conditions are also based on researches and studies. So it's good to understand, have we met the conditions first and then go on to the rollout of the mother tongue. So let's do some math first and calculate, no, and put into the records how many schools have met the four conditions.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and to everyone present in this hearing. Actually, I do not have with me the numbers of the number of schools, the total number, but the director of the Bureau of Learning Resources is with us here. But I'd like to give the assurance that before the rollout of these mother tongues, particular these 19 languages, we made sure that the four minimum requirements were actually prepared. I um, I I can say well because for grade one, I was one among the curriculum writers for grade one, and we made sure that before the implementation, the four minimum requirements were developed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But do you have an official number from DepEd? Because we've been, since 2013, we have been implementing the mother tongue. And I'm sure by now, Director Laila, we have some form of report on how many have met those four conditions. Those are very important conditions because that will ascertain the success of mother tongue. So, meron ba kayo, you don't have now or you don't have at all?
Actually, Mr. Chair, we'll try to get the data from the process owner of learning resources, which is the Bureau of Learning Resources. Thank you.
Okay, can you...
Mr. Chairman,
yes, Senator Cayetano.
good morning. It's just a follow-up to your question. You're asking about how many schools now have met those four requirements. Earlier in the presentation, di ba, sinabi na the Orbeta study showed that less than 10% of the 16,000 schools have met those four conditions. So I'm sorry if I missed it, but was that refuted? Was that study refuted? Because that's what we're asking for, no? How many have met? Ito na nga, less than 10% yung sagot doon. Does anyone refute that?
Director Ariola, you may respond. Nakamute po kayo, Director.
The Monje or Beta, Francisco Abrigo, and Capone study mentioned by, sorry, I don't know your position, Ms. Ambat, tama ba?
As to the 19 languages, Mr. Chair, we are all very much aware that the four minimum requirements were developed before the implementation. But as to the procured materials for the different schools, that's one thing that we have to get from that of the Bureau of Learning Resources because they have the inventory. We'll try to take a look on it now, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, so it seems clear to me that short of any other data being provided, that's what we have. This study that says that less than 10% of the 16,000 schools have met the 4 minimum requirements. So unless something else is presented to us, I'll go with that because that's what we have. And I have not heard that being refuted. So the conclusion that I would tend to draw at this point in time is if in fact we cannot provide that environment to make the mother tongue, the use of the mother tongue successful, then there may be really a need to restudy this, no? Kasi I was listening intently dun sa presentation wherein it was discussed na the model that was assumed to be rolled out is yung a single mother tongue lang ang gagamitin. And apparently it's very difficult because there are a lot of communities that have that are multilingual, no? And I know this for a fact because when I go around, and even here in Metro Manila, it's very common na mother and father are from a different region altogether. So that's why my belief has always been we are multilingual people. So that's where I am, Mr. Chairman. Maybe some comments. If we can't make it work since how many years, no? At a decade na ba? More than a decade, then is it time to rethink how we're doing it? And that's actually why we're having this hearing, di ba, Mr. Chairman? We're rethinking, kasi if by now, we don't have the numbers that show, we can't even ensure that those minimum standards were provided, then mahirap sigurong gawin yun. And my pitch lang naman here for the English language, and I'll do it later on when it's my turn na, is that with the boom in internet access, the access to different languages are there, including English. So I just want to put that out there because later on I'll discuss this further. So yun lang yung concern ko. What do we do now that it doesn't appear that those conditions are being met in all these schools? So if you can't roll it out this way, then what other way can you roll out an effective language program?
Senator Pia, let me just flash on the screen the study that you mentioned, and that I saw that study also, and that seems to be the only study conducted on the 4 minima requirements, and we just flashed it on the side that only less than 10%. You're right, no, less than 10% have actually completed the 4 minimum requirements. 49%, 1 out of the 4. No, that's why. You're absolutely correct. Unless this is refuted by actual data on the ground, we just have to take this as it is. No, that's why we're asking.
And maybe dive in deeper na ano yung kasi dito sa study niyo, Mr. Chairman, 2 out of the 4 requirements, 25% lang ang nakakomply, di ba? 25% lang. So, gaano kahirap ba itong mga requirements na to? Para imagine, 1 lang ang nakakomply ng almost 50%, 49. 1 out of 4 lang ang nakakomply, 25%. So parang, 1 out of 4 requirements are met by only 50% met 1 out of 4. Diba, 49, 50% met 1 out of 4 lang. So how hard are these conditions? How can we expect na naman this program to be effective if ganito? And aside from this independent study, wala namang study si DepEd. So, ang hirap, Mr. Chairman, ang hirap nito.
Plus, like, the sun was up na.
Senator Pia, with your permission, let me also flash another slide. And this is also from the same study, wherein only 44% of those that were surveyed wrote big books. Less than only 21% documented orthography, 17% grammar, and 12% dictionary. These are all components of that minima requirements. And my personal take on this, after almost 10 years of implementing, at least naman the basic, like the big books, no, which is the easiest to make, should be 100%. But we're still at this point, less than 50% have big books. And I think for me, the most crucial is the orthography, that only 21% have been documented. And this is also considering that we have more than 100 different languages that we need to document the orthography. So Again, this is from the PIDS study that I also want to ask DepEd if they have an update on this study, or they also acknowledge that this study is reflective of the realities on the ground. No? So I want to ask DepEd their comments on this study. Asa Kambat or Director Ariola, any comments? Because we don't have, that's why we're asking DepEd the most latest data, because these are the materials that we have. These are the data that we have right now from independent studies. So we want to get an update from you if these numbers have changed. No? Any comments from DepEd?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Yusek.
Yeah. I think it is what it is right now, no, in terms of the rolling out of the mother tongue as a subject. And this is what I was mentioning earlier, that we intend already to abandon mother tongue as a subject, which is a separate learning area in the curriculum. And we will simply use the mother tongue, which is already the vernacular of the community, the neighbors, and the family, as part of the medium of instruction, no longer as a subject to be offered from grade 1 to grade 3. So, in other words, in the whole revision of the K to 12 or K to 3 curriculum, we will be freeing up 50 minutes of teaching the mother tongue as a subject and rechannel it to our national reading program and national math program. But we will not abandon mother tongue as the medium in the teaching of subjects in K to 3, except the subjects of Filipino and English, Mr. Chair.
Yusek and DepEd, these studies were based on the DO that requires that four minimum requirements for mother tongue as medium of instruction. No? So, in other words, these are the conditions that should be fulfilled before using mother tongue as a medium of instruction. So, my point here being is we have to be ready, in order to have a successful rollout of mother tongue, especially as medium of instruction. No? We're not even talking about a subject. No? But based on these data, it seems to me that those four minimum conditions that DepEd laid out in your DepEd order has not been fulfilled. No? So, in other words, we don't have the foundation to claim that it's successful, because based on these minimum requirements, it's definitely below the ideal number.
Mr. Chairman, before
Yes, go ahead.
we get a response,
Yeah, Senator Pia, go ahead.
can we put those four minimum conditions on record? Paulit-ulit tayo doon, but I'm sorry if I missed it, but I'm also asking my team, didn't nila narinig kung ano ba yung four minimum conditions.
DepEd, can you mention the four minimum conditions according to your DepEd order DO 21 series of 2019? Ito. Oo. Babasahin ko na lang.
Summary
Mr.
lang
Chair?
ha, baka 20 pages yan. Summary lang.
Go ahead, Director Ariola.
For the four minimum requirements, we have the orthography, the grammar, the dictionary, and the learning resources like small books and big books.
Thank you.
Thank
This
you
is
po.
covered by DO 21 series of 2019, tama ba?
Yes po.
Sige, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So, just submit to us, Director Ariola, if you are saying that you have the most recent data on the implementation of the four minimum requirements, just submit to us, no, an updated survey or updated study from DepEd on these four minimum requirements.
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, I have here with me, it's just given by BLR, the allocation report per regional office, particularly on the four minimum requirements. So we'll just furnish your office, Mr. Chair, this report.
Sige, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Again, after almost 10 years of implementation of the mother tongue, has DepEd conducted an impact study to this effect so that we will know the overall effectiveness of mother tongue to our learners? Have we conducted a in-depth study? Kasi we can already track the trend. It's already 10 years. And we can definitely track the trend on all subjects, no? Because the ones you've shown earlier are mostly for mother tongue or for languages, but also other subjects such as math, science, and the rest. No? Have we conducted any impact study to that effect? Go ahead, Director Ariola.
As far as the Bureau is concerned, Mr. Chair, we have not conducted any impact study.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you plan to conduct any formal impact study later on? Because that's important, because we're now is the department planning to do any impact study?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, with
Can I request from the resource persons to turn off? I think there are some. Yusek, I think there are some open Zoom in your office. Nag-feedback siya ngayon eh. May I request your staff to turn it off?
Siya po mismo, sir.
Mr. Chair, wala po rito.
Okay. I think it's your device that creates the feedback. Sige, go
Chairman,
ahead, Yusek.
baka dyan yung
Yeah, Mr. Chair, with respect to
we can hear the feedback when you're talking, Mr. Chairman. So baka somebody in the hearing room.
Okay. All right. Yusek, go ahead, Yusek.
yeah, Mr. Chair, is that clear?
Better. Yusek, you disappeared. We cannot hear you. Your mic. Yusek, we cannot hear you, Yusek. Nawala yung audio nyo, Yusek.
Mr. Chair, am I clear?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, we were engaging the innovations for poverty action with respect to the impact of the mother tongue as a medium of instruction in our K-3, and we intend to partner with them to do the impact study, Mr. Chair.
When will that commence, and when can we see the results?
We're having a fast track, Mr. Chair. Hopefully, we can finish with the terms of our engagement immediately, because it is something that we need to know right away. We don't want to be blinded with the issues of the mother tongue as a medium of instruction on how it impacts our learners in the K-3, Mr. Chair.
Okay. No, because the reason why I ask is, number one is, of course, the mother tongue has been implemented for quite some time already, and we can see trends, and it's important to know whether this policy change is in fact effective in terms of learner performance. And at the same time, I noticed that the department is also coming up with policy changes. No? So it's good to be guided accordingly with an impact study. No? And it's good to know whether those policies are well grounded on research and studies. No? So I hope that we can get those get the results as soon as possible, and so that we will also be guided on our recommendation. Yeah. Senator Pia, go ahead. Yeah,
Yeah.
Senator Pia.
Before we leave this topic on the impact and the conditions that I asked about and was clarified na that was in DO 21. Tama ba? DO 21 series 2019. Anyway, di ba nga it's a condition, which means before the rollout, they should have been complied with, because early in the hearing, how many languages did we mention? Did I hear mention that are already in place as the mother tongue, used as a mother tongue in schools? Is it 19? Tama ba yung narinig ko? So 19. So we have rolled out 19 mother tongue programs, and yet in the schools, negligible ang amount, or sabi nga, less than 10% of the 16,000 schools have met the conditions. So how could we have rolled that out without those conditions being met? I recall, Mr. Chairman, when I was the chairman of the Committee on Education, there would be questions from other senators just asking how many mother tongue programs have been rolled out, and you just hear that the numbers being you just hear the responses being, oh, ito na, 5 na, 7 na, 10 na. But no one talked about these conditions. And I'm really shocked, Your Honor, to hear now that this rollout happened without those conditions being met. So can you clarify that before I get further shocked, or the shock embeds in me that they were conditions, right? Because that's what I don't have the copy of the DO on me. So I'm just clarifying that they are conditions, right?
DepEd, you may respond. Asek Ambat or Yusek Densing.
Director Oriola, can you respond? Diyan na mute.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair and Honorable Pia, actually, the 19 languages was not implemented without the developed 4 minima requirements. You must have noted also in our presentation a while back that there are also other languages with prepared minima requirements, and we did not start implementing them because all these materials have to go through review and finalization first. So that I'm very sure that this 19 languages met the 4 minimum requirements before DepEd even started their implementation. Thank you po, ma'am.
Okay, well then, Mr. Chairman, that's very confusing to me, because the earlier presentation less than 5 minutes ago by His Honor himself, Mr. Chairman, you showed the chart, right? That showed that only 9% have complied with the 4. And now Director Ariola has said that for the 19 schools, the 4 condition. At first, your statement was the minimum floor. I'm not sure if you said floor, but later on you said the 4 were met. So ano ba talaga? Mr. Chairman, it's different from what you showed us, right? It's your document that you showed, and it's different from what the director is saying. So I don't want to have to be bothered with confusing data, but that is what I have. That's what we have right now.
Yes, correct, Senator Pia. That was derived from the PIDS study, and from our research, that's the only study that looked at the 4 minimum requirements that are set by DepEd themselves, no, in order to ascertain the successful rollout of mother tongue. That's why those are the basics, and we want to understand whether the basics have been fulfilled or not. Yes, Director Ariola.
Mr. Chair, just a clarification on my statement a while back. I was referring to the conditions as to when a mother tongue can already be implemented, so that these 19 languages were not implemented without first and foremost having the four minima requirements developed. Most probably, what you're referring to are whether or not the materials were made available in the schools, and that's the figure that the Bureau of Learning Resources need to provide. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I'm manifesting my continuing confusion. Maybe I think what director is trying to say is that those conditions were met in the preparation, but those conditions are not seen in the schools. So ang requirement nito is yung orthography, grammar, dictionary. So may dictionary kayo sa head office pero walang dictionary sa school. Sorry, hindi ko talaga maintindihan.
Ma'am, because we're referring to grade 1, it's in grade 1 where we have the four minima requirements. I just would like to concretize this with my experience as one among the writers in Ilocano, particularly for grade 1. Before we even implemented the mother tongue, we made sure that we were able to develop all these four minima requirements, ma'am. But as to whether or not these four minima requirements were made available to all learners, it's that's the data that I mentioned earlier that will be submitted later, because the data will come from the BLR po, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, but to conclude, for now, Mr. Chairman, the only data we have is the data from PITS, which ASEC Ambat presented, and which our chairman also included in his presentation. We provided more details, and that doesn't look good. So unless you will have contrary data, what we have right now is not looking good. And I still continue to express my concern that if in fact what you're saying, Director Ariola, is that these conditions were met, but that hindi nyo alam if the schools or the students have access to it, then that's a problem, because I would assume that they need the schools and their teachers there and the students need access to it. Mr. Chairman, can I just make a quick comment on the other topic that we're leaving, which is the impact study on the use of mother tongue? Can I just
Yes,
make
go
a
ahead.
quick comment?
Yes, go ahead, Senator Pia.
So I also was listening, and you asked about the impact study, and the response given by chairman is that there is no impact study yet. So what I would like to point out, Your Honor, is not the same impact study, because I don't know of one either. But what I would like to put on record is that, and I would be happy if there's anyone who's contrary information on this. The data that I have is that English is one of the top three spoken languages of the world. Historically, our country, our people have had an advantage in speaking English language. However, our proficiency in English has continually dropped every year. In 2016, we were number 13 out of 72 countries. In 2017, we were number 15 out of 80 countries. In 2018, number 14, so nag-improve ng konti, out of 88 countries. In 2019, we were number 20 out of 100 countries. And in 2020, we were number 27 out of 100 countries. So although we are second highest in Asia, Singapore is placed first. And again, I will point out the information that I have. A big chunk of our economy revolves around the proficient use of the English language. I do believe that the impact on the businesses, and there are impact studies by the businesses, show that they have had difficulty finding employees who are proficient in the English language. They have had to have extra courses, on-site courses, because the proficiency in English has dropped. So wala kayong study on your mother tongue program on the impact of the use of mother tongue, but there are studies on the impact on our proficiency in the English language. If I've cited anything that is wrong or incorrect, I would be happy to hear any contrary view, but these are apparently the studies that we have on hand. Clearly, the need for English proficiency is an economic opportunity for us, both locally within the country, not to say that they have to go out of the country. In fact, the BPO industry, that our Filipino kababayan can stay in the country and use their proficiency in the English language. So I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman. I have more that I can share later on, but those are the studies that we have now. And I want to know what we're going to do about it because it doesn't seem that we're improving in any way in our proficiency in the English language. Whatever program we have been implementing has not helped us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, DepEd. You may respond to that. Any comments?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead. You said.
This is precisely why we are aligning our, at least the future curriculum or program of DepEd with the pronouncement of the President, and of course seconded by our Secretary and Vice President Sara Duterte, to really focus on the bilingual program. In fact, despite the fact that we will be using continuously use the mother tongue for K to 3, we've already readying ourselves to make that major pivot to a full bilingual program if a law will be passed amending or repealing Section 4 of Republic Act 10533, suspending the use of mother tongue as a medium of instruction for K to 3. We are ready to make that pivot. But in the meantime, since this is the mandate of the law, we will continuously use the mother tongue as part of the languages or medium of instruction in the K to 3 program. So, Mr. Chairman, our position is the same as that of Senator Pierre Cayetano, in accordance with the pronouncement of President Bongbong Marcos, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, just one more clarification on that, if I may proceed. Yusek Linsing, you mentioned the need for an amendment to the law. In all the hearings I've attended over the years, my understanding was you can continue, you are continually using the mother tongue, but there is nothing that prevents you, or for when I say you, the teachers, from using English also to improve the proficiency of English. In other words, this is how I talk to many people. I'll give a speech, I'll say it either in predominantly Filipino, and then I will emphasize my points in English, or because I love languages, I will speak in Bisaya, and then I will emphasize it in Filipino or English. But there's no reason you cannot do that naman, diba? And like again, sorry, I'm just a mother. I don't have a PhD in linguistics or in education, but I have been trying to teach my son different languages, and what I'll do is I'll speak to him in Spanish, and I'm not a native Spanish speaker either. I'm just a student, and then I'll wait for his response, and kung ano, I'll say it again in Filipino or English. Wala namang masama na gawin yun, diba? Is there anything wrong by yun nga, being multilingual, because we are a multilingual country, and in no less than the DepEd presentation, the difficulty faced in implementing the mother tongue was that in most environments, multilingual nga yung mga bata, di ba? Eh paano, nakatira nga yan sa let's say sa north, no? Nakatira nga sa Ilocos, pero yung mga parents naman galing pala sa Visayas or the other way around, di ba? So what are we gonna do? I'm just saying we embrace it, and we use our multilingual background to communicate better. Again, I'm just a mother, I'm not an educator, I'm just sharing my experience kasi parang we're so bogged down and I haven't seen any improvement since this program was implemented. Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pia. Just to go back on that for minimum requirements, I just saw here in the division order, there's a rapid appraisal of languages for mother tongue based multilingual education. And this is a rapid appraisal to schools division, no? So that we will know exactly how ready are we in the implementation of the mother tongue. So, Director Ariola, have you compiled the results of this rapid appraisal? Ito, I'll show it on the screen. I saw in your document. Meron ba tayong compilation nito? Because this clearly spells out the four minimum requirements. Have the DepEd compiled? Have you executed this rapid appraisal?
Mr. Chair, we did not consolidate at the central office.
Okay, and hindi ba it defeats the purpose of that getting ready, because this is actually a good mechanism to know exactly where we are on the ground, because this is where the problem comes in, and based on the PIDS study, the implementation on the ground is uneven, no? And in order to know the readiness and make sure that the implementation is even, you came out with this rapid appraisal. Pero now you're telling us that you have not compiled the results of this rapid appraisal. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, this is used actually for schools in order for them to decide as to the language or the mother tongue that they need to implement, Mr. Chair.
Yes, correct. But have you compiled at least, because it will give you a good measure on the readiness?
Honestly, Mr. Chair, we did not compile all this. Thank you.
Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
you go ahead, Senator Pia.
Yeah, remember earlier, just a few minutes ago, I was saying that I was confused because if these are conditions that need to be met, and the studies that we cited show that less than 10% have met all four conditions, then how could there have been a rollout of the 19 languages? And the explanation given by Director Ariola was that she is certain that these conditions were met in their assessment, etc. So I said, so that means from the head office. But at this point, they cannot ascertain that they were available in the schools. And Mr. Chairman, tingnan na lang natin yung part 2, literature reading materials, big books and small books. How in the world could you roll that out if that is only available in the head office? How? I mean, again, with all apologies, sorry, I am not a teacher. I am not an educator by training, but I grew up with a teacher. My mom had a school, and one of the biggest resources was books all around. Big books, small books, lahat ng klaseng books. So kung wala ka man lang yan, I don't know how the 19 could have been rolled out. Why would they even have been rolled out? And if the dictionary, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure all of us here can agree that at some point in our life, whether it's grade 1, grade 3, grade 5, I don't know, we all were supposed to go to the dictionary, right? And look up the words that we're using. If this isn't even available in the classrooms or in a school, how could you even roll out that language? I go back to my recommendation, which may seem very non-scientific to the PhDs here. Pero if you use it, because yun yung language ng communication ng mga bata, then use it, di ba, to explain the point, no? I let the record show that Yusek Dinsing is nodding his head, di ba? I don't believe there's anything that prevents us from continually using it. Even any amendment to the law, ako yung haharang na sabihin yung hindi naman pwedeng gamitin yun. Dahil yun ang language na naiintindihan ng bata, di ba? Walang problema yun. Pero let's be clear our direction, recognizing English as a international language, as Filipino as our national language, and then the mother tongue to enhance and ensure the learning experience, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pia, and I shared your sentiments that I'm trying to understand first the readiness of our schools, no, and because we have to be sure that our schools are ready to implement this program on a massive scale, and it defeats the purpose if the theory is positive, but on the school level, on a classroom level, it's a different world when you implement the program, no? And I'm also quite disappointed that this rapid assessment was never collated to give us information and data on the ground. And at the same time, there's no report from the ground also on the implementation of the four minimum requirements. So I think just to move forward, let's. I want to request from DepEd to start collating this information, start putting together information on the minima requirements, and just submit to us later on. And submit to us also USEC Densing a timetable of that impact study. No, I think it's about time to already implement it because there's debate. No, there's talk about mother tongue, and it's very difficult to make policy recommendations without any study. No, any honest to goodness study and evidence. No, so. But since you are already moving to that direction, please submit to us a schedule of that impact study.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I note also, again, no, I want to focus first on the basics. I note also from the presentation of Asik Ambat earlier that on a region-wide setup, 72,000 teachers were trained. No? But that's out of 300,000 educators to be trained. So we're now still at 23% in terms of training. Is this correct, ASEC, that a large part of our teachers have not been trained on the mother tongue, and the use of mother tongue as medium of instruction?
Mr. Chair, there are still teachers needing training. The target provided by BLD is that we need to train 305,099 educators, but so far we are only at 78,872. But please take note, Mr. Chair, that some of the trainings can be done at the division level and at the regional level. So the data that we have and contained in the presentation are just those submitted to the central office, but definitely our field offices are also training. But like what was stated, we are still below our target of educators to be trained, Mr. Chair.
But ASEC, again, we have to put this in context. We've been implementing this for the last 10 years. And so what you're saying is we haven't trained the 305,000 teachers in the use of mother tongue after 10 years.
Remaining, sir, ititrain pa in the coming months, in the coming years, sir.
Correct. So we haven't trained the 305.
Sir, a portion of it has been trained. Yun pong 78,800.
Correct. So let's say that the 230
Yes, sir.
have
Remaining,
not been trained.
remaining, sir, yes.
Okay. All right. And it's also, again, to compare it to the readiness. So our schools are not ready. Our teachers are also not ready. Because based on your information, only 23% have been trained here. Oh. Only 23% have been trained. So that's not a good sign also in terms of making sure that the mother tongue is successfully implemented on the ground. And again, if I compare that to the PIDS study, there's so many comments there about the readiness of our teachers. And I think it's consistent to your statement that 230,000 teachers have yet to be trained, so that the implementation of the mother tongue will be even as possible across the nation. All right. Before I continue, Senator Padilla has also questions.
Maraming salamat po, mahal na tagapangulo. Tanungin ko lang po si Dr. Arthur P. Casanova. Sir, meron po bang ugnayan ang DepEd at kayo patungkol po sa pagbibigay po ng katuruan ng tungkol sa wika sa ating mga teachers? Nag-uusap po ba kayong dalawa? Kasi kayo po ay may malawak na kaalaman sa ortografiya at aksyonaryo ng iba't ibang wika sa Pilipinas. Kasama po ba kayo doon sa program ng training po ng mga teachers?
May mga pagkakataon po na nakikipagtulungan sa ang KWF sa kahilingan ng DepEd sa ilang mga programa na may kaugnayan po sa pagtuturo at pagkatuto ng ating mga kabataan. Ganon din po sa pagbibigay ng mga kasanayan sa mga guro. At ang mga pagtuturo po ng estratehiya at metodolohiya ng pagtuturo ay nasa kamay po ng DepEd. Ang KWF po ay, ang aming pong mandato ay ang pananaliksik, preserbasyon, pagpapalaganap ng wikang Filipino, ang ating wikang pambansa, at ng mga katutubong wika sa ating bayan.
Opo. Kasi po, Direktor, yung pong pinag-uusapan ngayon dito, malaki po ang kinalaman nyo.
Opo. Katunayan ho yan, ang KWF po ay nakikipagtulungan po sa DepEd sa pagbuo ng mga ortografiya. Kasi po kapag wala pong ortografiya ang isang wika, ay hindi po natin mapag-aaralan ng maayos ang isang partikular na wika dahil ang ortografiya po ay naroon ang mga tuntunin ng palabaybayan, at dito po ay nakasalalay rin po ang pagbuo ng maraming corpus sa mga salita na kapag meron na pong ortografiya ay maaari na hong simula ng pagbuo ng mga diksyonaryo.
Kasi po, Chairman, mahal na tagapangulo, mas madali mapag-aralan ang isang wika kung alam mo yung meaning. Diba? Kasi pag tinuro mo lang yung wika na hindi naman alam nung tao, nung bata, kung ano yung ibig sabihin, kahit ba ano bang English yan ang ituro mo sa kanya, ay importante yung meaning nung salitang English na yun. Parang kayo po yata, sa inyo po yata, kasi tinitingnan ko po itong libro nyo. Katulad po nito, no? Meron po kayong diksionaryong trilingual, English, Filipino, Maranao. Napakahalaga po nito. Salita ng English, salita ng Filipino at Maranao. Ito po ba, nagkakaroon po kayo ng sharing ng DepEd?
Yung mga libro po na aming inililimbag sa KWF ay kalahati po ng 1,000 kopya ay pinamumudmud po namin sa mga silid-aklatan ng mga state universities and colleges, city colleges, at yan po ang nakikinabang yan. At kami po ay namimigay ng mga kopya niyan sa mga humihiling ng kopya. Kasi
yung mga teacher po, yung mga guro po, kasama po ba sila sa training nito?
Ang training po ay hindi po sa amin nakasalalay.
Pero meron po kayong napupuntahan ng mga training?
Meron po. At kami po tulad niyan, yung halimbawa pagbuo po ng ortografiya ay maya't maya po 2 sangay ng Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino ang gumagawa ng seminar workshop at nagsasakatuparan din ho ng mga komperensya hinggil po sa pagbuo ng mga ortografiya at kadalasan nga po ay sa pakikipagtulungan din po ng DepEd. At
Okay.
nais ko lang pong ipabatid sa inyo.
Kasama po kayo doon sa 78,000 na training po ng DepEd.
Ay wala po kaming kabatiran yan dahil po yan po ay mandato po ng DepEd, hindi po kasama sa aming mandato.
Hindi po kayo naimbitahan na maging parte ng training na yun.
Palagay ko ho, ng mga nagdaang taon, kasi po ako ay nang umupo ay nagsimula ang pandemya, kaya't maraming mga seminar, workshop at komperensya ang talagang naisantabi, no? Pero ngayon po, unti-unti. Pero sa amin po, sa KWF ay talagang tuluyan po, isang patuluyang proyekto ang pagbibigay namin ng mga seminar, workshop hinggil po sa masinop na pagsulat. At doon po sa masinop na pagsulat ay naroon ang ortografiyang pambansa o ortografiya ng wikang Filipino. At ang amin pong sangay sa salita at gramatika ay patuloy pong nagbibigay ng mga workshop kung paano bumuo ng mga ortografiya. Kasabay din po nito, ang sangay na aking nabanggit ay bumubuo ng mga ortografiya na nadadagdagan po taon-taon. Sa isa pong pagsasalita ko, ay nabanggit po namin na ang pagbuo po ng isang ortografiya ay hindi po madaling proseso at malaking pera rin po ang kailangan dito dahil kailangan po ng pagsawsaw o immersion ng mga mananaliksik sa isang komunidad. At ito po ay nangangailangan ng medyo mahabang panahon, maaaring 3, 5, 6 na buwan, 1 taon, 2 taon pa bago po mabuo ang isang ortografiya ng isang partikular na wika ng isang partikular na komunidad.
Opo. Ang tanong ko po, Chairman, nakapabilang po ba kayo sa mga training? Kasama niyo po ba? Kayo po. Kasi wika. Pinag-uusapan natin dito, wika.
Meron po kaming sangay.
Dapat partner kayo dito.
Opo. Sa totoo lang po niyan, maging yung pagbuo po ng mga ortografiya ng mga nagdaang taon, nung wala pa po ako sa KWF, ay meron na pong ganyang ugnayan.
Yun lang po,
Meron
okay.
pong mga nabuong mga ortografiya ang DepEd na may imprimatur ang KWF nung dati pong tagapangulo ng Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino at pinagpapatuloy po namin yan. Ang totoo niya, yung binabanggit na 19, ilan po ng DepEd ay ang ilan po doon ay may imprimatur ng KWF nung nagdaang panahon. At ito po ay halimbawa, may mga limbag na po kami ng mga ortografiya na may sa pakikipagtulungan ng KWF, Sentro ng Wika at Kultura, DepEd at
Kailan po yung lumabas yan?
meron po mga kopya ito ang
Kailan po? Mag-10 years na po itong batas nito eh. Kailan nyo po yan
particular na
natapos?
petsa taon po ay hindi ko alam dahil abutan ko ang listahan.
Pero,
Ito
alam mo,
po,
mga...
nagsimula po itong MTB-MLE sa aking pagkakabatid ay 2013.
Opo. Kailan nyo po nalimbag yung mga libro na yan?
Nung dumating po ako ay meron na pong nalimbag na mga 12.
12 iba't ibang wika.
15. Tapos nung umupo po ako noong 2020 ay naging 19 ang report sa akin.
So buo na po yung 19. Buo na po
Meron
yung
na po,
19.
nalimbag na po yung mga yan. At patuloy po kaming bumubuo ng ortografiya. Halimbawa po,
Di po sa loob ng batas, sa loob, nakapaloob po doon sa batas. 19 languages po, hindi ba? Lahat po yun, meron na.
yung nabuo po ng DepEd.
Opo.
Pero tayo po kasi ay may 103
Opo.
wika sa ating bansa.
Pero doon lang muna po tayo doon lang muna po tayo sa 19 na nandun sa batas. Lahat po yun na ibigay nyo na.
May nailimbag na ho, pero yun po,
Kompleto na po, kompleto.
nailimbag. Ang ibig sabihin, ang DepEd po ang naglimbag niya,
Opo,
kaya
nasa-
naglimbag at sa pakikipagtulungan ng DepEd.
Pero mula po sa inyo, siyempre, eksperto po kayo dyan sa wika.
Hindi po lahat. Dahil nga DepEd po, ito tungkulin ng DepEd na kami po ay tumutulong dahil kami po ay
Pero parte po kayo ng DepEd, di ba po?
Ay hindi po, kami po ay nasa ilalim ng opisina ng
Ng kultura
ng Pangulo ng
ng
Pilipinas.
Pilipinas. Pero dapat po talaga meron kayo dapat yatang very close coordination ng DepEd kasi
Meron naman po.
kasi yung pong sinabi kanina ng ating mahal na senadora Pia Cayetano, sapul po tayo doon kasi isipin po ninyo 2015 napakataas ng level ng pagsasalita natin ng English, ano? Unfortunately, now we're very low. Sa akin pong palagay, mahalaga po na nandyan kayo. Kasi hindi naman po porket sinabi na wikang Pilipino lang. Hindi po dapat pati kasama dyan ng English Para po sa akin, dapat po na meron po kayong malalim na ugnayan ng DepEd patungkol dito sa mother tongue na batas na ito. Kasi sa inyo po magmumula yung yung ugat.
Kami po ay gumagawa ng aksyon at pakikipagtulungan sa kahilingan po ng DepEd kasi unang-una, yun po ay tungkulin ng DepEd at hindi po sa KWF. Ano po, kasi nga po, maging yung tinatanong yung mga pagbibigay ng seminar workshop tungkol sa paraan ng pagtuturo, estratehiya, metodolohiya ng pagtuturo, ay hindi po sakop.
Apo. Naintindihan ko po
Nais
yung...
ko lang po iparating sa inyo sandali po,
Apo.
kung inyo pong mamarapatin, na meron pong mga bagong ortografiyang nabuo ang Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino at nais ko lang pong iparating sa inyo na meron na pong mga ortografiya ang mga sumusunod, Tagalog, Bicol, Kapampangan, Pangasinan, Ilocano, Waray, Kinamayo, Itawit, Malawig, Kalanguya, Ibaloy, Kangkanai, Gadang, Paranan, Giogad, Hiligaynon, Sinugbuanong, Binisaya, Buenen, at meron ho tayong Miranao, Maguindanao, Yakan, Sinama, Osama, Tiduray, Iranon, Tausug, at ngayong taong 2022, dahil nga po ito po talaga ang aking tinatarget, bukod sa mga pagbuo ng mga diksyonaryo, ay binubuo ho ngayong 2022, sana po matapos namin bago mag-Disyembre. Ang problema lang ho namin talaga ay panahon dahil nga ngayon ay pandemya pa rin, mahirap po pumunta doon sa pamayanan at kailangan po ng malaking pera ang mga ito. Meron po tayong ginagawa ngayon na Bisacol, Waray, Sorsogon, Rinconada sa Bicol, Agta, Bugkalot sa Bataan, Hinigaunon sa Bukidnon, Misamis Oriental, Aita, Magbukon, at yan po ay 6 na inaasahan naming matapos ngayong 2022 kung magkakaroon po kami ng sapat na panahon dahil nga mahirap pa rin po talagang pumunta sa pamayanan dahil sa pandemya at medyo kulang po ang aming budget. Ano po? At nais ko rin pong banggitin sa bahaging ito dahil kanina nabanggit niyo po yung tungkol sa pagbuo ng mga diksyonaryo. Nung ako po ay umupo, naging target ko po talaga yung pagbuo ng mga diksyonaryo. Unang-una po, diksyonaryo ng wikang Filipino na 6 pong pinakikinis at ito po ay nasa online na, ngunit ilalabas namin ang physical na anyo nito sa Enero, sa unang quarter ng 2023. Meron po kaming nabuong diksyonaryo na Miranao, Filipino, English. At ngayon po ay binubuo namin ang Cebuano, Filipino, English. At bubuuin din po sa susunod na taon ang Bicolano, Filipino, English. At ito po ay nakalinya batay po sa aking target kasi ang pagbuo po ng diksyonaryo hindi din ho basta-basta dahil kailangan din po ng maraming lexicographer dito at kailangan ho kuminsan ay mag-outsource kami kaya lang limitado kami dahil iilan lang po ang aming mga lexicographer, maliit ang opisina namin at malawak po ang trabahong gagawin. Pero yung tinatawag nating, alam niyo po, ang pagbuo ang diksyonaryo ay parang Biblia ng mga guro na nagtuturo ng particular na wika
Yun po ang pinupunto ko. Napakaganda po nung sinabi nyo na may English, may Filipino at yung mother tongue. Kaya po itinutulak namin ng ating mahal na tagapangulo na kayo po dapat ay may malaking parte dito sa batas na ito na ano sapagkat yun po ang mula, simula, maintindihan natin kung ano yung salita.
Kaya nga po, marahil po, hindi marahil, kundi ang DepEd ay kung kami po ay talagang isasama sa kanilang mga proyekto na may kaugnayan po ng mga pagbuo ng ortografiya at pagbuo ng mga diksyonaryo, ay amin pong talagang ikatutuwa dahil nasa kanila po ang budget. Kami po may budget, may budget din po kami kasi ang pagbuo ng mga textbook po, ang pagbuo ng textbooks ay nasa DepEd po eh. Hindi po sa amin. Ang pera ho namin limitado, kung ano lang po meron kami taon-taon. At nais ko pong pasalamatan si Senador Pia Cayetano at si Senador Robin Padilla nung nakaraang pulong namin na sinusuportahan po nila ang pagbuo ng dalawang diksyonaryong napakamahalaga, dalawang pangunahing wika sa ating bansa, ang mga wikang Cebuano at wikang Bicol, yan po ay nagpapasalamat kami. At kung ang lahat ng senador na kumakatawan sa iba't ibang mga lalawigan ay magi-sponsor po ng diksyonaryo ng wika ng kanilang puok, ay talaga pong maganda yun. Kasi po makatulong po sa pag-finance, sa pagbibigay ng pondo. Kasi nga po maliit po talaga, limitado po. Katulad sa susunod na taon, ang amin pong pondo para sa diksyonaryo ay 2 lamang. Yun pong ini-sponsor, sana po matuloy, salamat po. Ni Senador Robin Padilla para sa diksyonaryong Bicol, Filipino, English, at yung kay Senador Pia Cayetano, Cebuano na Cebuano, sa inyo Bicol, Cebuano, Filipino, English. At sana po madagdagan pa, no? Kasi
Parang nagpaparinig yata ako.
mabuti naman po naramdaman nyo. Yun po talaga ang layunin ko. Magparamdam po. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po.
Tagapangulo, yun lamang po, Tagapangulo, palagay ko po talagang kailangan ng mga ahensya ay magkaroon ng coordination po. Maraming salamat po, Chairman.
Nais ko lang banggitin ang aming pong budget para sa sunod na taon ay 78 million lamang po. At upang maisakatuparan ng lahat ng proyektong ito, ortografiya pa lamang po, milyon-milyon na po ang kailangan, lalo na po sa pagbuo ng mga diksyonaryo. At tulad po ng aking binabanggit, hindi po mabilis ang paglikha ng ortografiya, hindi rin po mabilis ang pagbuo ng mga diksyonaryo. Hindi nabubuo ang diksyonaryo sa 1 taon lamang. Sapagkat sa ating mga pag-aaral o sa pagbuo ng mga diksyonaryo ay talaga pong medyo kailangan maglaan ng sapat na panahon ng maraming may kaalaman sa larang ng leksikografiya. Alright? At mga taong magpapatakbo po nito at susulat nito. Kaya't nananawagan po ako, sana po bigyan nyo kami ng mas malaking budget para sa mga diksyonaryo at pagbuo ng ortografiya nang sa ganoon madagdagan po ang bilang ng ortografiya natin.
Chairman, gusto ko itang i-congratulate. Maputol ko lang po, Tagapangulo. Gusto ko lang siyang batiin kasi tama eh. Kausap ko yung aking maranaw na lawyer. Sabi niya, okay. Maganda po ang pagkakagawa niyo. Congratulations.
Bilang kabatiran lang ho, for your information, yan po ay ginagawa na ngayon ng ikalawang bersyon na ang headword po ay Maranao, Filipino-English. Kasi po yan, ang headword dyan ay English. Kaya ang mungkahi ko doon sa lexicographer, gumawa ng trilingual na ang headword po ay Maranao, susundan ng Filipino, susundan ng English. Kaya siguro sa loob ng mga 10 buwan, may kasunod na pong diksyonaryo, ang diksyonaryong yan.
Congratulations po.
At sana po masusunod na rin yung ating Bicol, Filipino, English. Ang kulit, ano?
Opo. Committed na po ako. Ito na lang po ligawan niyo, si Pangulo.
Wag ho kayo mag-alala, si Senator Pia, nandiyan po. Siya po ang chairperson ng
Opo.
Finance Committee.
Kasi 78 million lang po ang binigay sa aming budget. Paano po namin matutustusan ng malalaking proyektong katulad dito? Di po ba? Nananawagan po ako na sana po dagdagan po ang budget namin para makabuo pa kami ng mas maraming diksyonaryo at mas maraming ortografiya. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Robin, at napasubo ako. Sinubo niyo ako. Kay Dr. Casanova, Doc, may mga tanong lang ako just to put on record, no, para at least lahat ho tayo pantay-pantay ho yung ating nalalaman. Ilan po ang official languages o ilan po ang languages in the Philippines?
Ang amin pong record sa KWF ay nababatay po sa census. At ang huling census na lumabas po na aming pinagbatayan ay 2010. Batid po naman natin na ang census po ay tuwing 10 taon. At wala pa po kaming natatanggap na resulta para sa 2020. Alam naman po natin, nagka-pandemya, siguro yun ang dahilan. Marahil po, kapag natanggap na namin ang bagong resulta ng census 2020, ay magbabago po ang bilang na yan. Nais ko lang pong ipahatid sa inyo pati na ang bilang po ng wika sa ating bansa ay iba-iba po ang resultang lumalabas. Kasi tulad na nabanggit ko, ang KWF po ay batay po sa census 2010. Meron din pong bilang na inilalabas ang DepEd, may bilang din na kadalasan po ang pagkakaalam ko ay sa pakikipagtulungan ng Summer Institute of Linguistics o tinatawag nating SIL, at ang kanilang bilang ay mahigit pa sa bilang na aming binabanggit. Kung ang tatanungin niyo naman po ay ang UP, iba rin po ang kanilang bilang. Umaabot po sila ng 176 o higit pa. Kaya depende po sa pag-aaral kasi kung ano yung mga isinama nila doon, kasi may mga wika po tayo na halimbawa isang wika na sa isang lugar ay mas nakararami nagsasalita ng wikang Ingles o may kombinasyon ay siguro binibilang nila yon. At nais ko lang pong banggitin, ang wika po na aming binibilang ay wika, hindi po kasama ang mga dialekto. Okay? Kapag sinabi pong pangunahing wika, ito po ay mga wikang ang nagsasalita po ay mahigit na 1 milyon. At karamihan po ng mga regional na wika natin na katulad ng Ilocano, Pangasinan, Kapampangan, Bicol, Tagalog, Hiligaynon, Cebuano, Mindanao, Maguindanao, Tausog, ay mahigit po 1 milyon ang nagsasalita, kaya mga pangunahing wika. At yung mga dialekto ay yung mga tinatawag na rin variety ng isang wika. Halimbawa po, ang Tagalog ay isang wika. At ang Tagalog po ay may mga dialekto o variety. Meron po tayong Tagalog Rizal, Tagalog Bulacan, Tagalog Marinduque, Tagalog Mindoro, Tagalog Bulacan, Batangas, Bataan. Yan po yung mga variety na tinatawag o dialekto. Pero yan po lahat sa kabuuan ay Tagalog. Isang pangunahing wika. At kung ang pag-uusapan po natin ay tinatawag nating mga materyales, gusto ko rin sana pong banggitin ito, no? Ang inyo pong lingkod ay nagkaroon ng proyekto ng pagbuo ng mga monograph ng mga panitikang bayan ng mga wikang mayroon na pong ortografiya. At sinimulan ko po namin sa KWF ang pagbuo ng monograph ng panitikang bayan ng 10 wika nung nakaraang taon. Medyo natigil lang po kami ngayon. May konting clarification lang po kasi na gagawin. At yun sana po ay matuloy din dahil yun po ay malaking tulong po sa bilang reading materials ng mga katutubong wika natin. At tulad na nabanggit ko po, hindi pwedeng gawa ng materyales, reading material, ang isang wika kung walang ortografiya. Kaya ang mga panitikang bayan ng mga materyales na amin pong nabuo ay batay po sa kung meron na bang ortografiyang nabuo. Kaya kami po ay nakikipag-ugnayan sa DepEd dahil yung mga nauna pong ortografiya ay binuo po ng DepEd at ilan po ay may imprimatur ng KWF. Kaya yun po ang ugnayan namin na kung meron na, gagawa po kami ng panitikang bayan na pananaliksik at monograph.
Dr. Casanova, let's para lahat ho tayo pareho po yung ating nalalaman. So sa KFW, ilan po ang languages na rinirecognize nyo sa ating bansa?
Sa kasalukuyan ho,
KFW lang KFW lang ho
130.
130. Ilan na ho dito ang may ortografiya?
Tulad na nabanggit ko po kanina, ang sinasama po namin sa listahan namin, yung nabuo na rin po ng DepEd kasi may imprimatur din ho
Opo.
ng KWF. Ngunit tulad na nabanggit ko kanina, bukod sa 19 na nabanggit,
Yeah.
ang amin pong ahensya ay binubuo po ngayon ang mga sumusunod, no? Yung ortografiyang Maranao, Maguindanawon, Yakan, Sinama, Tiduray, Iranon, Tausug. Ngayong taong ito po ay binanggit ko kanina, binubuo ng KWF ang mga ortografiya ng mga wikang Bisacol, Waray, Sorsogon, Rinconada na makikita po sa Bicol, Agta, Bugkalot, Hinigauno na makikita po sa Bukidnon at saka
Ilan ho yun? Sir, para ma-record ho natin.
dito po ay ang target po namin sa 2022 sana ay 6, no po. Pero
So
ngayon,
lahat out of the 130, ilan po ang may ortografiya?
kung meron na hong 19 noon, meron na hong kasi may madadagdag pong 6 para sana for
So
this year.
25 po?
7, no? 7. 19 plus 7, 26. At yung meron pa hong 6 na kasalukuyang isinakasakatuparan, ngunit ngayon po ay Oktubre na, mukhang mahirap po to. Target po to. Siguro patuloy na proyekto na gagawin din po hanggang 2023.
So 26 po ang merong orthographies.
Opo.
And then, ang KFW lang po ba ang pwedeng gumawa ng ortografiya? Kayo lang po ba ang official
Hindi naman po official, pero
government agency na gagawa po ng ortografiya?
bahagi po ng aming mga proyekto. Okay. Kasi nga po, batid po naman natin na ang gumagawa ng mga sangguniang aklat, batayang aklat ay ang DepEd, ano po.
Oo.
At hindi po nila pwedeng ilimbag ang mga aklat ng isang katutubong wika kung wala silang batayang ortografiya.
Pero sino ho yung gumagawa nito? Sinong ahensya po ang who's the government agency?
Unang mga taon po ang pagkakaunawa ko ay nakikipag-ugnayan po ang DepEd sa SIL kung tama pong aking narinig. Pero kami po ay talagang gumagawa po ng ortografiya.
Kayo, sigurado ako.
Apo.
No? Ang DepEd ba, pwede ho silang gumawa? At kayo po ang mag-validate? O pwedeng gumawa sila?
Ganun nga
on their
po
own?
nangyayari, sir. Kaya may ginawa sila sa pagkikipag-ugnayan ng SIL kung tama ang aking nakuhang impormasyon ng unang ng pag-upo ko, ay may imprimatur. Pero ang ibig sabihin po noon, ang ortografiya ay maaring nilikha ng SIL na sa pakikipag-ugnayan ng DepEd. Pero
Tama.
kami po ay hiwalay na gumagawa ng mga ortografiya na maaari din po naming imungkahing gamitin ng DepEd.
Oo, tama. So pwede hong dalawa ang gumagawa ho ng ortografiya. KFW at DepEd.
Maaari po.
Pwede mangyari ho yun.
Pwede
Okay.
mangyari. Ang ano po dito ay kami po sa KWF ay tinitingnan muna namin kung meron na ang DepEd, ay hindi na namin gagawin kung mayroon na. So magpo-forward po kami, o susulong po kami doon sa mga wala pa.
Itong 130 na base ho sa inyo, languages ho sa bansa natin, ito po ay mga masasabi natin mga mother tongue. Tama po ba?
Opo, mga mother tongue.
So ibig sabihin ho, ito ho yung mother tongue ng iba't iba nating mga estudyante, mga mag-aaral ho natin.
Opo. At yan po ay, siyempre po, iba-iba po ang populasyon.
Correct,
May
correct.
mga populasyong maliliit lamang, pero katutubong wika rin po yun. Merong mas malaki, mas marami. Ano po? Ang mas maraming mga katutubong wika na malalaki ang populasyon, yung mga pangunahing wika na tulad na banggit ko po, Ilocano, Pangasinan, Kapampangan, Bicol, Hiligaynon, Cebuano, Waray, Tagalog.
Pero itong mother tongue, kung gusto ho nating ma-implementa ng maayos, dapat po ang gagamitin natin 130 na mga lingwahe. Tama po ba?
Ideally po.
Ideally.
Ideally.
Para ho talagang
Opo.
ma-implement natin the true spirit.
Kung ano talaga po ang lingwahe o wika ng isang partikular na pamayanan.
Correct.
Okay? Ngunit, kasi ang nakikita ko po dito ay sa dami po nito at sa loob ng 10 taong implementasyon ng DepEd ay parang dapat po mapabilis po ang paggawa ng ortografiya at mapabilis at maparami ang pagbuo ng mga materyales.
Yan ang susunod kong tanong. So, ang gusto ho natin, ideally, dapat ho 130 na mother tongue ang ginagamit natin.
Opo.
At bago ho magamit at for medium of instruction, kailangan po ba may ortografiya itong 130?
Opo.
Kailangan mayroon silang ortografiya.
Tama po.
So, ibig sabihin ho, hindi ho pwedeng magturo sa isang bata ng mother tongue o gamit ang kanyang mother tongue kung wala pong ortografiya.
Ang maaaring tumbukin po natin dito ay yung reading materials, yung mga materials na
Correct.
binabasa.
Tama.
Kasi kapag binasa po natin, nandoon po yung baybay. At kapag may diksyonaryo na gagabay, ay maaaring makikita doon, depende sa diksyonaryo yung gagawin, yung paraan ng pagbigkas. Anong uri ng pananalita o figure of speech, yung isang lexical item. Ano po? So, sa pasulat, napakamahalaga ho. Ngunit, pwede hong isang guro, kung talagang may problema po sa materyales at kailangan gumamit, sa tingin ko po, sa pananaw ko, ng katutubong wika ng isang partikular na grupo ng mga mag-aaral sa isang pamayanan, ay pwede ho sigurong gumamit bilang auxiliary language na nababatay po sa pasalita. Kasi sa pasalita, kung talagang katutubong ng nagsasalita ng particular na wika ang isang guro, ay may paliliwanag po niya yon sa paraang pasalita. Kasi po, iba kapag ang usapan po ay pasulat o naka-imprinta. Ang imprinta po kasi may mga tuntunin sa palabaybayan at maging estandardisado sa baybay.
Pero hindi ho pwede mag-imprenta ng libro kung wala pong ortografiya. Tama?
Ay,
Yan mag-uumpisa
tama
yan.
po.
Yan ang step 1, tama ho.
Kasi po magkakagulo. Kasi baka maya-maya kanya-kanyang limbag, iba-iba ang baybay o spelling.
Okay, sige po. Sige po. May babalikan ko kayo, Dr. Casanova, pero napakaganda po yung inyong mga inputs kasi importante ho rin maintindihan natin kung kasi ang layunin po gumamit ng mother tongue, no? Kasi ang concept nga start where the children are, no? At para po maging fair doon sa bata, dapat po gamitin yung kanyang mother tongue na base po sa inyong bilang 130, no? At importante rin na bago po gumawa ng libro, mag-imprinta ng libro, dapat may orthographia. Kasi tatandaan ho natin, a medium of instruction, meaning science, math, iba pang subject, kailangan ho, mother tongue ang gamit. No? So, kailangan ho, may orthographia yun bago nila maturo ho yun. Tama ho?
Meron lang akong gustong banggitin dito na kapag nagtuturo po tayo ng mga asignaturang siyensya, agham, at matematika na lubang teknikal, meron pong mga tuntunin na ginagamit para po sa panghihiram ng mga salita na maaari din pong na ginagamit po sa wikang Filipino dahil ang atin pong ortografiyang Filipino ay bago na rin dahil nagbago na rin po ang atin pong tinatawag na alpabeto. At doon po sa ortografiyang pambansa na binigyan ko po kayo ng kopya na sa masinop na pagsulat. May mga tuntunin ng panghihiram ng mga salitang teknikal sa wikang Filipino. At nakikita ko po rito, halimbawa, ang isa pong guro na magtuturo sa isang partikular na katutubong wika at kung ang paksa ay agham o matematika, ay pwede hong gamitin o hiramin ang mga technical scientifico. Kasi international na mga salita po yun na kailangan pong gamitin mula pa ho sa pagkabata hanggang sa makarating po sila ng kolehiyo. At yan po talaga ay international na hindi na binabago. No? Halimbawa po, pero sa yugto po ng pag-aaral mga kabataan mula po kindergarten hanggang grade 3, ang level po ng mga kaalaman at leksyon nila sa kanilang lugar ay dapat na iniaangkop din po ng guro doon sa mga gamit at mga katawagan sa kanilang pook. Okay, ano po? Halimbawa po.
Sige po. Sir, babalikan ko kayo kasi may mga katanungan po ako sa DepEd pero babalikan ko kayo on that part. Kasi importante na makita ho natin kung saan na tayo pagdating ho dito sa mother tongue. To you, Sec Densing, or to Asik Ambat, I want to go to there's a DO that was issued, no? DO number 55, 2015. And this is for, it's about utilization of language mapping data for mother tongue-based multilingual education. Have we implemented the language mapping, USEC or ASEC? Have we implemented this language mapping?
ASIC GH, meron tayo.
Mr. Chair, there is language mapping, but for the details, see Director Laila again. Maybe refer to Director Laila. Thank you.
Director Laila, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, actually, this forms part of the LIS. So upon enrollment,
I know.
kasama na po yung language ng bata po.
Yeah, but have we conducted a formal language mapping based on your DO?
Actually, Mr. Chair, we're doing that through the LIS po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So how many?
We can harvest that, the results from that of the LIS.
Okay,
It's,
so how?
planning po that's in charge of this.
So how many languages have you harvested? Because the reason why I ask this in your in this DO, the rationale, and I'll read letter C of the DO, page 1. This is especially important for learners with mother tongue that are not dominant languages or come from small language communities. And the reason why I was asking Dr. Katsanova how many languages, this is precisely to address issues of non-dominant languages. No? And the DepEd in 2015 had already an intention to expand the 19 languages. And again, the reason why I say that is because we all know that we all know that the mother tongue, the true spirit of mother tongue, is to use that 130 languages, no? And that's what Dr. Casanova said earlier, ideally. So the 19 dominant languages is not it's not the true spirit, no, because it's not their mother tongue, no. And that's also consistent with the PIDS study, and that's also consistent with what we have heard on the ground, no. Um, so have you conducted my question here is, have you conducted mother tongue language mapping, and then how many languages have you detected?
Mr. Chair, out different languages for the
Director, can you please repeat? Naputol ho kayo eh. Start from the
Uh,
beginning.
sorry po. In our latest data, Mr. Chair, we have more than 160 languages that we were able to gather. But I'd like to mention that lately we did a profiling of organized classes for K to 3 learners in order for us to know how many organized classes, how many classes are actually implementing the 19 languages. And it forms part, Mr. Chair, of the presentation that was shared a while back. However, the presentation is only limited to the 19 languages. But it's more than 160 all in all. Mr. Chair, from the latest information we got from LIS, however, from the profiling that we did just lately this September, we were able to come up with something like 209 languages, Mr. Chair.
209 languages.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This this is a result of the profiling we did, Mr. Chair, this September.
Okay, this is 2022, September. So that's almost 70 more languages compared to what KFW mentioned earlier. And I would assume the KFW is the official repository of languages in our country, no? But obviously on the ground, you've detected more, no, through your LIS. Correct?
Yes,
Correct.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr.
And
Chair.
how many of these 209 have orthographies?
Actually, Mr. Chair, the 19 languages has um, the orthographies plus the 20 that we mentioned earlier for review, and the 26 for finalization.
Right. So only 19 have orthographies.
19 plus 19 with the approved working orthography,
Yes.
but we have 20 additional languages for review, Mr. Chair, and another 26 for finalization.
Okay. And so that will bring us to almost 65
26
languages.
plus 19.
No, 65 languages.
Yeah, 65 languages.
All right. Okay. Just submit to the committee those 65 languages and status of the orthographies.
That forms part, actually, Mr. Chair, of the presentation.
It's already here. Okay. All right. Here. Yeah, I saw it. Okay. And DepEd is undertaking the orthographies.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and it's always in consultation with that of KWF.
But I don't think KWF knows the 46. Alam niyo ba ito? They don't know. Let me just put on record that Dr. Casanova is umiiling ho siya. Ano ba umiiling sa English? Ko alam anong umiiling. Oo, umiiling ho siya, no? Just to put on record, do you know about this 46, Dr. Coson?
Ngayon ko lang po narinig yan at kung inyong mamarapatin po, sana po ay mabigyan kami ng kopya ng listahan ng mga yung tinasabi niyong karagdagang mga ortografiya na inyo pong pinauunlad pa at ito ay pinakikinis niyo pa. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you. The reason why I asked this, Director Ariola, is because on the ground we all know that we have a multilingual setting. No, it's not 19. The languages definitely is not limited to the 19. And as you can see, it grew to 209. No, based on your learner information system. So the challenge now, because if we want to faithfully implement the concept of starting where the children are, then the target should be 209 languages. Because on the ground, talagang when we were going around, we found out that there's several versions of Bisaya, there's several versions of Ilocano, there's several versions of. So it's injustice to the child that he's being forced to learn a language that is not his language at home. No? So it's not faithfully being practiced on the ground, no? What the mother tongue is supposed to practice. So that's one. I'll go to the presentation of Asik Ambat earlier, no? Asik Ambat, you mentioned the ELNA 2018 results. And of course, these are, I'll just flash it on the screen. And you mentioned several results. I won't go into each one of them, but I just want to focus on this, Elna. You said here almost half of all pupils are proficient and highly proficient in Filipino, while close to a quarter have reached proficiency and high proficiency in English. Meron ho tayong baseline nito, Asik Ambat? Do you have a baseline?
Mr. Chair, let me just check with our Bureau of Curriculum Development also for the baseline.
And then on the second point, let me flash, no? About 1/3 of non-Tagalog test takers were considered as proficient and highly proficient in their respective mother tongue, and about 16% of the same group were proficient and highly proficient in numeracy. Also, 10% of pupils who took numeracy test in Tagalog are proficient and highly proficient. Does this mean ba that in terms of numeracy, 86% are not proficient? 84%? Because 16% are proficient. The rest are what? And also in the next sentence, 10% who took numeracy test, some test in Tagalog are proficient. The rest are what?
Mr. Chair, for elaborations and explanation, our specialist Ayet Ferriols is with us also to further expound and explain po itong 2018
Sige.
ELNA.
Yeah, let's just explain these two points so clearly, because you're relating this to the use of mother tongue. And I think the context here, the mother tongue, resulted to these 2 points. So I just want to drill down on these 2 points. The first point is, what is the baseline? And then the second point, what are the remaining pupils out of the 16 and 10%? So yes, please, Director Ferriols.
Good afternoon po. Unfortunately, the data that you are looking for, Your Honor, is from the Bureau of Education Assessment. Ito lang po yung meron kami sa ngayon.
Ano ba, magtuturuan ba tayo the whole morning today? Galing ho to sa inyo, Asek Ambat. We're not gonna go anywhere kung magtuturuan
Sorry.
tayo the whole day.
Mr. Chair, I will get back to you. Let me just go back to the notes, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
Yeah, but you're convincing us that mother tongue is effective, but you cannot substantiate the points that you made earlier through your presentation. So I hope that before you present your findings, you can substantiate it and you're ready with the data information. So once again, anyone there in DepEd today who can substantiate these 2 points? 2 points lang. Actually, marami to, but I won't ask the other ones. Who can, Director, who can, ASEC, who can explain further and drill down on these 2 points?
Director Nelia Benito of BEA, if she is here. Let me check.
Meron na, ASEC? Sige, while you're retrieving your data, sige, I'll give you time so we don't waste time of the other resource persons who we invited, and I don't want to waste their time. Dr. Urbeta and Professor Metilia were raising their hands earlier, so we call on Dr. Urbeta. Dr. Urbeta, let's just for today's hearing, no, for today's hearing, I just want to focus on implementation, no, and that's why all my questions earlier were focused on that, so that we lay down first what I want to drive that in simple terms is the readiness, no. So, Dr. Urbeta, since you've been raising your hands because PIDS study was cited many times earlier, we'll call on you, and then you can also comment on the readiness of the implementation. And then later on, we'll call on Professor Metilia.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'd just like to clarify about that less than 10% has satisfied the 4 minima. Because that survey identifies that actually, if you look at the appendix of the study, the schools identified listed in the appendix 141 dialect that has been used as medium of instruction. So that's only 19. So perhaps it does not dispute DepEd's claim that there are that the 4 minima is satisfied for the 19, because what the schools have mentioned as listed in the study are 141 languages being used in some form or as a medium of instruction in the school level. That's one clarification I'd like to issue, and so I think that was the confusion comes from that maybe the 10 will be applied to the 19, which I think is erroneous, because as I've said, the study or the respondents mentioned 141 languages being used in one form or the other as a medium of instruction at the school level from the survey. That's one clarification that I'd like to.
Yeah, but Dr. Urbeta, those 141 languages are already being used, correct?
Yes. Yeah,
So-
they are using it.
So more so, you need to fulfill the 4 minimum requirements.
Yeah. Before you should be using that. Supposedly, they are supposed to satisfy the 4 minimum.
Correct.
But what I'm trying to point out is that it doesn't contradict the claim of DepEd that in the 19 languages, they may have satisfied the four minima. It doesn't, that data doesn't dispute that.
Yeah, I get your point. I get your point. No.
Yes.
Yeah. Sige, go ahead, Dr. Urbeto. Do you have any comments? Again, just limit it to the implementation. We'll talk about the concepts on a different hearing, but I want to focus on the implementation. And since PIDS is the only, as far as I'm concerned, the only study that really drilled down on the implementation of the mother tongue. Can you do you we'll call on you to share your findings.
Okay, actually, most of our findings are in the implementation, but those are dated maybe in 2018 already. So we have already mentioned that as already, I think the committee is very aware that there are a lot that study says that conceptually the using MT as mediable instructions for early grades has a very sound pedagogical back. And our point is that uh, uh, the star implementing this has faced a lot of problem because of as I've said, just to alone that you have more than 130 for PWF or 180 for SIL languages, and we can't do that in a short span of time. So the practicality of the practical solution was to select 19, and that practical solution created problems as well. So that's basically. We tried to do it in a doable manner, but it created problems like, of course, the basic one is that uh, the law is supposed to implement it as an MT as the MOI, not a subject. You're not studying as it's basically because the objective of the law is to facilitate learning. I think that we should that means we are using the MT so that the child can understand better the context and the content. Uh, and rather than teaching it in a foreign language that he doesn't understand, so you will have double problems of understanding the language being taught, being used to teach, as well as the content. So that's one. And of course, we mentioned already about that regardless of the claim that there are materials, the schools are complaining about not non-availability. So I think because of procurement issues, that's I think already also recognized. And we said that one of the biggest complaints that we have are from teachers. And we try to understand this why teachers are complaining about MT. It's because one, they are not trained to teach in MT. They are trained to teach in English. That's one realization that you have to make. And it's not easy to shift to be teaching in MT if you're not trained to teach in MT. So that's created problems so the objection, one of the biggest objections that we found in the school are teachers complaining about using MT uh, as a medium of instruction. That's so. The other thing that we found is that uh, there are efforts at localizing as promoted by the event of localizing materials, and so that's and we thought that maybe help of LGUs, which I think we mentioned earlier, will be very helpful in financing these localizing materials because there are, as I've said, even if you have officially chosen 19, schools are actually using more than 19 as a medium of instruction for practicality purposes. I don't know what the reason, but that's the basic thing that we found in school. But also we found out that even if MT is being used, the labels in the blackboards and all of that are not in MT. So that gives you the pride of using the medium of instructions is diminished by using another language used as announcements on the boards and all of that. So that's one. The other one is that the mother tongue has never been used as a language of assessment. That's we also found. It's not used as language of assessment. And because of these varied practices, there is a need for documenting best practices of how to localize the use of the language. And that's not systematically done, so that people can learn, schools can learn across divisions and all of that. It has to be documented so that it can be easily distributed. So we uh, the other thing that we would like to mention is that we are very much uh, uh, surprised that children are actually, or not surprised, but we learned that children are learning so many languages at the same time. They call it simultaneous bilingualism because they are forced to have to deal with several languages. So they have to deal with several languages at the same time. They learn the languages at the same time. So we call it simultaneous bilingualism, and we don't have a theory on that. Our theory is still based uh, on an assumption that there's only one MT for a child, when actually a child is using several languages. And the theory of the implementation of MTBL uses that concept, which is maybe out of sync already of what's the reality. And the other thing that we would like to emphasize is that, as shown here, the monitoring of the implementation of the program is lagging behind. That's why we don't know how what languages are being used and what the state of the, because the monitoring, we have very good department orders, but we never really check as to how it was implemented. Like for example here, it's just supposed to be medium of instructions, but not most of the schools are just using uh, 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 MT as a subject, taught MT as rather than a medium of instruction. This is the purpose of facilitating learning. That's why we are not there to use MT for to learn the language itself, but to facilitate learning so that the child can get the content much faster and much more effectively. So those are the the comments that I'd like to make on the implementation side of, and I think that's again, we are saying that uh, uh, those are the problems that the program is facing when we look at it a little more closely and has to deal with, and it doesn't imply that we are against implementation, are actually very much for, because of the child orientation of the program. This is very important for us in terms of educating a child. I think that's my point, this chair.
Thank you, Dr. Arbeta. Dr. Arbeta, I commend you for coming up with this study in 2019. I think this is from at least from my what I've read, this is probably one of the most latest and most comprehensive study on the implementation of the mother tongue, and then we uh, got a lot of insights from here. So, Dr. Beth, I have a few questions lang, no, from this study. In your study also, it mentioned here that mismatch mother tongue was causing confusion. Can you elaborate, pick on some, no? Because these are the things I also want to validate with you from what we hear. Can you elaborate how the mismatch? First of all, why is there a mismatch? No? And then number two, why is it creating confusion?
Uh, because po, because of practicality, we settled for 19 languages. As I've said, as I mentioned already, yung Cebuano po ay iba yung Cebuano ng sa Cebu at saka Cebuano sa Cagayan de Oro, for instance. So when you use Cebuano and you see the Cebuano in Cebu, then there's a little bit of difference. So yun po yung isa sa mga because as I've said, we cannot start with 180. We don't have resources for 180 languages. So we have the 90. So that creates a problem. The other thing is that yung teacher po ay hindi niya may mismatch yung hindi siya taga roon. Halimbawa, is being asked because of course he can speak a little bit of the local language, but teaching it, using it in instruction may be a little bit challenging for her. So may mga ganon. So mismatch in terms of using a regional tongue, or you call it regional tongue, for practicality purposes against what's being used by the child. And the other one is mismatch with the teacher who may not be from that same locality, who may not speak the language of course, that language that's being chosen as the regional tongue, as chosen by the division as the language of instruction or the needable instruction for that school. I think those are the nature of the mismatch that we are uh, uh, mentioning, that the child may be using a different, entirely different from what's being chosen by the division as the medium instruction for the school.
What's the impact to the learner, Doc or Beta, based on your study? What's the impact to the learner, and what's the impact to the teacher? Obviously, the teacher, I would assume that the mismatch also is not limited to the learner side, but also to the teacher side, because
Yeah.
they're actually being forced to use a language not their own mother tongue. No, so based on your research, what's the impact to the learner in terms of learning, no, and what's the impact to the teacher in terms of morale and other things?
That's what we mentioned, that one of the biggest objections of the MT is from the teachers because of una hindi siya trained for speaking mother tongue. It's very clear in the in the objections. At sa students naman, of course, meron siyang have to learn a little bit different, a language a little bit different than what he is using. But from our point of perspective, that's very much smaller problem than, let's say, using English to teach a subject. Kasi English completely foreign to the child, for example, except for some students who speak English in their home. But many of the students that we know, I don't. So there is a trade-off that we have to deal with, and I think using a regional tongue is much better in terms of facilitating learning than using an entirely foreign language like English or Filipino for a non-Tagalog speaking child, for instance. Yun po yung yun pong impact naman na ma-expect natin, na there is a little bit of shifting and resistance, of course, that you can from the teachers essentially of being so much in quotation mark forced to teach a regional tongue that he may not be speaking as in everyday life, for example, or even in, as I've said, teaching is entirely different than just speaking a language in conversational in conversation.
That doesn't that but we but do you agree that the Philippines is a multilingual we have a multilingual setting in our schools?
Yes.
So
Yes po.
that's a fact already, no? And based on my going arounds also, the Philippines, and that's the beauty of our country. That's the uniqueness and the beauty of our country. That in terms of languages, we're very diverse, all the way to the classroom level. It's not only school level, but we also detected that even in the classroom, there'll be two, three languages being spoken in schools, no? And that complicates the life of our teachers as well as our students, no? So I think that's already a fact. But
Yeah.
Dr. Obeta, but don't you, but in my opinion, that 19 languages doesn't faithfully implement the concept of mother tongue, no? Because that's why it's embedded in the law to use mother tongue is to really implement it to its full to its fullest, no, to the real spirit of mother tongue. But based on your studies, it doesn't seem that way. So uh, from a practical point of view, Dr. Urbeta, in looking at the 209 languages that DepEd has detected, do you think there's still a possibility that we will implement mother tongue to its purest form? Is that do you think there's a practical I'm just throwing this based on your because I read your study from cover to cover. So and I am trying to understand some ways forward. No, and is that is that possible based on your experience and your research?
Uh, Possible maybe in years, but not in the in the next 50 to 20 years, for instance. So that's theoretically possible, but it will take any years, as I've said. Just a joke. But I think that's why I have said there's a trade-off that we have to make. Uh, the only thing I'd like to emphasize here is that our problem is a deteriorating school outcome, learning outcomes. So mother tongue should be used to facilitate learning rather than anything else. It's not about language recovery or what. I think I like very much Senator Pia's point that we have to embrace that we are mentally, as I think you mentioned that as well. So we use mother tongue to facilitate learning. That's the only objective. If, like for example, uh, there's no conflict for me if you teach English better to have proficiency in English. But for example, for children who are not doesn't use English, you have to strive to meet the need of the child who is using a non-dominant language to make him learn. And the fastest way to doing, I think, from the decisions that are being done by our policymakers, is to identify. I think let me like to point out that by that presentation of DepEd that the 19 languages covers already 85% of the population. That's the other thing that we have to, in trade-off na we have to think of is that we can never, perhaps in our imaginable future, reach 209. But we can have some languages that will already cover substantial proportion of our children. And the objective always is not the language itself, but to facilitate learning because our major problem is deterioration in learning outcomes. We have to address that. And I think uh, using the mother tongue in the lower grades is one strategy to arrest that. Uh, that's the as a medium of instruction. We believe in that.
I'll go back to that 85%, no, because that seems to be the core argument why using that 19. But I've yet to see a study, and I'll ask Dr. Casanova later on. Where did we get that 85%? No, because that seems to be the core argument for using the 19 languages. No, but on the ground, like for example, I went to Davao. I found out that there are different variations of Davao Bisaya, no, and that actually within Davao City, so within Davao City, there's several variations of Davao Bisaya, and because they're forced to use the Sinugbuanon Bisaya, Binisaya, some of the teachers resented that but move, no. So, but another question, Dr. Urbeta, you said to facilitate learning, to improve learner outcomes, no, or to increase learner outcomes. Did we ever track that? That learner outcomes did improve because of mother tongue use as used to facilitate learning?
Uh,
Go ahead, Dr. Beta.
what we have are small studies. Hindi po itong, as I've said, one of the, when we were asked to do this study, we were asked to evaluate the program. When we look at it, we cannot evaluate it because one, it was not implemented as designed. It's very difficult to evaluate a program and that is not implemented as designed. Uh, it was implemented the way the schools see fit. So that's the way. So, but what we have, the basis of our small studies that are being done but not for this, not for the our implementation of the NTBLE. Because as I've said, one of the things that we realized when we did the study is that it was not implemented in the standard way that we can evaluate. It was implemented the way the schools say fit. So it's varied by school. depending sa decisions ng schools on the way to implement it. So, yun po ang basis lamang po ay yung mga small sample studies, limited studies that our researchers have done. Yun po yung basis noon na better yung. Ang intuition lang po kasi sa amin, if you have to look at it, when the child goes to school, he has only two things. He brings only two things with him: his own intellect and the language of his expression. Yun po yung dala-dala ng bata pupunta sa school. So that's why if you use the language of expression, then you can easily communicate with the child. So yun po kasi kung ang point na you introduce another language the beginning of his schooling, you will complicate content and the language of expression of the child. Kaya yun po yung intuition ng math. But of course, this has been substantiated by several, of course, small studies because we don't have a national study. As I've said, this program cannot be evaluated on the basis that it was not implemented as designed. And it was implemented in any way the school think is the best way to implement the program. So it's very difficult to evaluate this program. I would dare say. Yeah.
So in other words,
At the national level.
yeah, but Doc, did the study even did the study attempt to look at learner outcomes using mother tongue?
Yes po. Yung mga small studies that are mentioned, and I think we mentioned some of these, and I think Dr. Mitila can mention many of these studies na small studies that are that have been done to but not very specific yun. Like I think one is what's this Sambuangueño, Chabacano, another Ilocano, and studies, and all of those studies are the ones that are being used. And I think there's also a Ilonggo study that's been done by but there are this, and not of course national, because they are very area specific studies.
Yeah, so Doc, anong findings ng PIDS? What were the findings?
Yeah,
I'm just interested in that because you mentioned to facilitate learning.
Yeah.
I just want to understand whether that facilitation, mother tongue using to facilitate learning, is actually working in terms of student outcomes or learner outcomes. I just want to narrow it down to that portion so that people will understand, what would understand and appreciate mother tongue.
Yes, yeah. Those studies that we mentioned in the study are very much showing that there is a very positive impact on learner outcomes.
No, but in your own study, because your own study.
We didn't do that. We don't have because as I've said, we don't have a setup. Because we were looking at the national level, we don't have a setup that will enable us to measure learning outcomes. We didn't do that, unfortunately. So that's why the study is just a process evaluation, how it was implemented rather than the impact. Because our own assessment is that you can't evaluate the program at the national level. That's our conclusion. That's why we didn't do we only did an assessment of how it was implemented. And that's what we found. Hindi kami pumunta doon sa learning outcome side. Na we haven't it can't be done at the national level from our assessment. You have to do it in a certain way because an evaluation requires a comparator group to be able to measure impact.
Thank you, Dr. Arbeta. Dr. Arbeta, I have a few more questions, but we'll go to the other resource persons, si Dr. Mitila, who I had the pleasure of consulting also in the past. Dr. Mitila, thank you for joining us. And you have the floor.
Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataong marinig. 3 punto po ang meron ako. Kanina po nakita ko na may pagkalito ang ilang mga kasama natin tungkol sa paulit-ulit na binabanggit na 4 minima. Magbibigay po ako ng ibang or bagong perspektibo tungkol sa four minima. Na-flash naman po kanina kung ano-ano ang mga minima na to, so hindi ko na po babalikan isa-isa. Pero para po sa akin, masyadong mataas, masyadong ideal ang apat na minima na yun para lalo na sa mga paaralan na nagsisimula pa lang sa pagpapatupad ng MTB-MLE. Maaring gawing mas realistiko ang mga minima. Kanina nakita po natin ang tool para sa rapid assessment. Maari siguro tayong magkaroon ng mga indicators na hindi lang magpapakita ng ceiling ng kumbaga very ideal implementation dahil mahirap po talaga itong maabot. Lalo na kung titingnan natin ang kalagayan ng mga paaralan natin na hindi sapat ang budget minsan or nasa malayong lugar, at hindi makapunta sa training ang mga guro. Hindi sinasabi na hindi na po magkakaroon ng standard of quality ang implementation. Pero kung meron po tayo sigurong set of indicators na magpapakita ng iba't ibang level ng pagtamo dito sa ating form minima. Para sa akin, ang nakalagay po ay mga ideal, mas makikita natin ang nuances ng implementasyon. Halimbawa, yung tungkol sa grammar, mukhang napakahirap po talaga itong maabot kaya hindi na ako nagtataka kung bakit maliit ang porsyento ng mga paaralan na nakaabot. Tingnan natin, di ba hanggang grade 3 lang naman po itinuturo ang mother tongue. So siguro kung tingnan natin ang competencies para sa mother tongue as a subject, at tingnan kung hanggang saang antas ng grammar ang kailangan na maituro sa mga batang ito. Kung meron ng mga available na libro, maaring check na yon para sa pag-fulfill noong tinatawag na minima. Nang nagpunta po ako sa ibang mga paaralan, nakita ko na bagamat wala silang mga grammar books or yung more formal documentation of grammar, meron po silang na-develop na innovations o mga simpleng paraan para sila-silang mga paaralan sa isang division. Halimbawa, gumagamit sila ng common variety of, kunyari po, Tagalog Tanawan, sila ay mag-agree kung paano ang dapat na batas para sa balarila nila, sa grammar system nila. So, meron po silang plano na eventually magkaroon daw po ng libro tungkol doon. Pero syempre, yun po ay plano, ideal. Kung titingnan din po natin yung indicators sa grammar, labas na po yun actually. Over and beyond probably the support that DepEd could provide to schools. Kailangan po ng mas maraming mas malawak na partisipasyon ng komunidad at lalo na ng mga eksperto tulad ng mga linguists. Inaasahan po ba natin na bubuo or bagamat merong balarila, mga libro, ang napansin ko po sa mga eskwelahan, hindi nila alam na meron pong ganoon. At yung mga bubuo pa lang ng ganoong libro, hindi yun kaya ng mga guro. So, ang punto ko po dito ay kailangan ng DepEd support, hindi lang po ng DepEd, kundi iba pang ahensya na makakatulong para mas mabuo yung mga librong yun. Pero hanggat wala pa tayo sa estadong iyon, baka maaring magkaroon ng ibang mga batayan. Hindi siguro mas formal, na kailangan libro na talaga. Mga working documents na dumaan naman sa proseso para lang po talaga maipatupad ang programa na meron pa ring level of quality kasi yun po ang kailangan natin para makita, Senator, yung learning outcomes. Hinihikayat ko rin po siguro kayong gumamit ng perspektibo na titingin sa implementasyon, hindi lang gamit ang implemented and not implemented na standards kasi baka hindi po natin nakukuha yung mga nuances of implementation. So siguro, kung gagamit tayo ng mga measures katulad ng partially implemented and so on and so forth, mas makukuha natin yung paulit-ulit na nabanggit na uneven implementation, varied practice na sinulat ko dito dahil totoo naman pong nangyayari yan. Dahil kung gagamit tayo ng gradations, nagpapakita ng extent of implementation, baka mas matukoy pa po natin yung mga elemento ng programa, materials, teacher training, language status, yung mother tongue status, at mas makakapagbigay tayo ng suporta kasi nakikita natin sa mga nuances. Kasi nga po, kumbaga yung gender nga po ay fluid na. Mas maganda at realistic kung batayan kapag kapag may gradations, nagpapakita ng extent of implementation. Pangalawang punto po, pangalawa dun sa tatlo, maganda po na sumasangguni sa mga pag-aaral ang Senado, pero ipapaalala ko rin lang po na ang pinakamaganda talagang set of data na makuha natin ay yung mula sa DepEd, kasi ang mga research po ay meron lamang sample. Hindi po namin kayang pag-aralan ang population, yun talaga lahat ng eskwelahan under DepEd, dahil yung pondo at kailangang matapos ang pag-aaral sa isang limited na panahon. Kaya yung datos po halimbawa ng PIDS ay maaring magamit, matriangulate dun sa datos naman ng hawak na DepEd. Sila po ang mas makakaalam, may mas magandang figure kung ilang materyales na ang meron tayo, language mapping data, ganoon po. At panghuli na lang po, siguro po ay hinihikayat ko ang DepEd na mas pag-isipan pa ang pagtanggal ng mother tongue bilang isang language subject. Kanina po, in-emphasize ni Senator Cayetano kung bakit na yung pangangailangan natin para maging mas mataas ang level at kasanayan ng mga estudyante natin sa Ingles. Well, ganun din po dapat sa Pilipino, para doon sa mga wikang yon. Pero ang mother tongue po, ang susi para mas maging malakas ang kasanayan ng ating mga estudyante sa Ingles at sa Pilipino. So, kung mapapalakas po natin ang mother tongue skills nila at papatupad ng tama ang mother tongue-based multilingual education, makikita po natin yan sa kasanayan ng mga estudyante natin sa Ingles at sa Pilipino. So siguro mas tingnan po natin yung pagpapatupad ng programa, dahil pedagogically speaking, if I am to use a pedagogical basis, yun po ang mas pinapaboran ng mga teorya at pati ng mga pag-aaral tungkol sa pagtuturo ng wika. So sana po pag-isipan po natin ito. Salamat po.
Thank you, Dr. Mitilia. Meron po akong mga katanungan pero may ako na lang ho itanong para we can call on the other speakers. We'll call on Ma'am Nene Guevara of the Senior HIA Foundation. She was here earlier but I'm not sure if she's... Ma'am Nene...
Dito po ako kasi siyempre, lagi ako natututo sa inyo.
Thank you, Ma'am Nene. Any comments po regarding mother tongue? And Senior HIA is...
Very clear naman po, Senador, na talagang mahusay talaga yung paggamit ng mother tongue. Kasi kahit po dun sa assessment test na ginawa ng Sinergia sa mga Sinergia sites last year, mataas po talaga yung antas ng bata sa Pilipino compared to English, math. Talagang, syempre they can express themselves very well in their mother tongue. Tsaka sabi ko nga po, yung sa math, tinatranslate pa po namin yun sa Pilipino para maintindihan nila talaga, lalo na yung mahihirap na concept sa math. Kaya ginagawa po namin kasi wala ngang scientific equivalent yung mga scientific terms sa math, hinihiram po namin yung English. For example, yung least common multiple. Walang equivalent yun sa Pilipino. So ang ginagawa namin, tinatranslate namin yung instructions sa Filipino sa examen, pero ginagamit po namin yung English term. So I think ang problema, na-establish nyo very well, Senador, talagang kasi yung kulang sa implementasyon. Pangalawa, yung choice ng mother tongue. Kasi hindi natin na-establish kung ano yung common mother tongue ng mga batang iba-iba ang pinanggalingan sa isang pook, di ba? So, kaya nagiging problematic kasi iba-iba kasi yung mother tongue nila. In fact, sa isang survey, sinabi po na more than 50% of the children in a locality speak more than one language. Kaya ibig sabihin, wala talagang common denominator, walang common language. Kaya hirap na hirap yung mga bata at saka guro. So talagang magaling yung mother tongue because the children and the teachers can express their ideas very, very well. Kaya lang anong klaseng mother tongue at saka dapat magaling yung implementasyon. I think you have well established those, Senator. Galing mo nga eh, kasi very data-driven ka. Napuri kita. Pangalawa, moving forward, if we are going to discontinue the use of the mother tongue, anong gagamitin natin, Senador, di ba? So, ang akin, habang nagpe-prepare tayo, sabi ni Dr. Orbeta, 10 years. Siguro mag-trilingual muna tayo, di ba? Kasi yung trilingual, sinasabi naman na yung Filipino is widely spoken in many regions. Kahit sa Cebu, ayaw nilang mag-Filipino, pero naiintindihan nila yung Filipino. Sinerhiya po kasi kahit saan, kahit sa BARM, kung kami ay magturo o kami ay makipag-workshop sa mga tao, ginagamit namin yung Filipino at naiintindihan naman nila. Pangalawa, haluan natin ng English, no? Kasi dahil deficient naman talaga yung Filipino sa technical terms. So, parang para makapag-express tayo mabuti, gamitin natin yung English, parang trilingual po. Tapos pangatlo, haluan din natin ng halimbawa yung Chavacano, di ba? Marami ding Spanish term po kasi yung Filipino eh. So, habang to be able to facilitate learning, lalo na sa math, saka sa science, paggamit po natin yung the language that they're familiar with. And sabi ko, yung Filipino widely spoken, halimbawa, haluan natin ang Cebuano o Visaya, ganun din naman eh, di ba? Tapos third, yung English. So, in the meantime that we are really preparing for a mother tongue, sabi nyo nga 109, ilan ba yun? 100 something. Mahirap yun, di ba?
209, ma'am. 209 based on the DepEd
209.
survey.
So trilingual muna tayo, Senador, habang para to facilitate the communication of the children. They use Filipino, they use English, and kasama din yung mother tongue nila. Hindi natin dapat maliitin yung kanilang mother tongue. So, sa akin yung Filipino, although siyempre magagalit sa akin yung iba, pero widely spoken po siya eh. So, all over the country, Filipino is widely spoken. Tapos meron kahalo din na yun nga, English at mother tongue. So yun lang po, Senador. Very good po kayo. Outstanding kayo.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am Nene. Ma'am Nene, I know that Sinihia is present in close to about 400 plus LGUs out of the
500 na po tayo,
500 na.
Senador. Opo,
500 out of the 1,000
500.
500, no? So one-third. In your experience, Ma'am Nene, nabanggit niyo ho kanina trilingual. And nabanggit kanina ni Dr. Orbeta, I note yung sinabi niya na may nakita silang children are learning many languages all at the same time. So parang it corroborates your comment. But in your experience, ang bata ba, let's say sa Mindanao, sa BARM, are they also learning Filipino at the same time? Kasi
Sir?
naririnig namin kayo, ma'am.
Sige po. Naririnig ko na po kayo. Nawala po kayo eh. Siguro nakalimot kayo sa sarili.
Ma'am, naririnig namin na kayo. We can hear you
Sige
now.
po, opo. So, ano po yung tanong niyo, sir?
Nawala ba ako? Nasabi ko lang ho kanina, Ma'am Nene, na based on your experience, ang bata ba, assuming ano sila, key stage 1, kinder to grade 3, natututo ba ho sila ng Tagalog at the same time with their local language?
Opo, kasi di ba we start with kindergarten. Napapansin po namin yung mga bata marunong din silang makaintindi ng Pilipino. Di ko po ginagamit yung Tagalog kasi yung Tagalog is purely Tagalog sa mga Central Luzonian. Pero yung Filipino na naghahalo pinaghahalo namin yung kanilang dialect. For example, pag nagsasalita po ako sa kanila, palihog, no? Ginagamit ko po yung palihog kasi please. palihog tumayo ka naman. So nakakapag-communicate kami. So dati po meron kaming translator, pero in fact mas mahirap pa yung may translator eh. So ginagamit na po namin kahit nagpunta kami sa bar, yung pong Pilipino, nagkakaintindihan naman po kami.
So based on your observation, ma'am, ang Filipino can be used as a medium of instruction even at key stage 1, kindergarten to grade 3.
Sa amin
Maintindihan
po,
nila.
sa amin pong eksperyensya, ganun ang ginawa namin, Senador. Kasi nga nung nag-assessment test po kami nag-assessment test po kami nung pandemic eh. Ginamit po namin yung Pilipino kahit sa pagta-translate ng mathematics questions. For example po, nag-work din po kami sa mga ustad, saka sa mga madrasa. Siyempre, ang lingwahe po nila doon, Tausug o kaya Maranao. Pero ang manual po namin ginagamit, nakalagay sa Pilipino. Nagkakaintindihan naman po kami ng mga bata at ng mga guro.
Thank you, ma'am. And nasabi ko kanina, it corroborates somehow, no, the observation ni Dr. Urbeta that children are learning many languages all at the same time. No, I think Philippines is unique in that way kasi exposed sila to Filipino, exposed sila to their own language, and exposed pa sila with English somehow.
Opo, ang bata po talaga has an infinite capacity to learn languages. Several languages. Kasi ready po yung brain nila doon. At saka tandaan po natin kasi, Senador, di ba, they have access to social media now. So, natatawa nga po ako sa Valenzuela, yung isang teacher sinasabi niya, yung galing-galing daw ng bata, nung estudyante niyang mag-Ingles. Pero hindi nakakaintindi, hindi niya nababasa yung English. So she can speak in English but she cannot write in English. Bakit? Kasi nga naririnig niya sa TV at saka naaano niya sa social media. So iba-iba po ngayon talaga yung ways. In fact, we have to adjust to the ways by which children learn the languages. At isa po yun, no? Marunong siyang magsalita ng English pero hindi niya maisulat because of the listening skills.
Thank you, Ma'am Nene. Maraming salamat for your contribution, and of course, Synergia is a known implementer on the ground, kaya diretso po yung feedback ko ninyo. Thank you, ma'am. Andito po si a representative from our PTA, and it's good to also hear from Mr. Rodriguez his comment regarding mother tongue po.
Magandang araw po, Senator Ruin. First of all, we would like to thank you for our Valenzuela Education 360 Degrees at saka po yung ang inyo pong ginawang batas na yung PES, Parent Effective Service, yung po ay kombinasyon po ng mga PTA law na nakabinbin po na madalas pong i-present po dito sa Senate at hindi po na-approvean. At napakaraming salamat po. Okay po. Ang sisigundahan ko lang po yung sinabi ni Kanen Gatchalian ng Synergia, Okay po, siguro i-introduce na po natin yung ating tawag yung tri-language, karamihan po din kung sa sinasabi po natin yung mga bata kumakanta sila ng mga Ingles, ng mga pero hindi po sila nakakapagsulat. So yun po yung natin. And then ang ay tuloy po natin yung ating K-3 tulad nga po sa Japan, ang tuturon sa Japan po puro muna wala po muna silang masyadong academic hanggang grade 3. So pwede po nating i-pattern doon. At ito po ang po kasi siguro na-introduce lang po sa PTA itong K-12 noong 2015 nung nagkaroon kami ng National PTA Summit because of K-12 para ma-launch po and then wala na pong alam ang ating mga stakeholders. So siguro po ang po dito tulad ko po marami pong bagong salita tulad ng K3 at ano po itong ating kung ilan po ilang lingwahe, no. Kung ako po ay wide reader, siguro po ang ating mga PTA sa nationwide ay wala pong alam. Tulad po nung aming survey no ginawa, kung itutuloy at pag-aaralan ng ating K-12, ang mga sumagot lang po doon ay puro taga NCR. So out of 7,000, so 82% hindi po dapat ituloy. Pero kinitest po namin na dapat pag-aralan ng gusto. So dito po natin nakikita at tama po yung paninimula, no, yung ating pag-aralan tong ating K-12, no, dapat po may share po to sa mga magulang. Okay, ang ano po kasi, no, at ang National PTA po is ang nationwide parent teacher sa po yan, ano. Okay, kami po yung nagsisilbing information communication services ng ating mga PTA sa buong Pilipinas, no. Ginamit po namin yung National PTA. Nararanasan ko po doon, karamihan po ng ating mga PTA ay minsan hindi po marunong magtagalog o magpilipino. So ako naman po, hindi naman ako linguistic. Mas linguistic yung mga nasa probinsya. So kaysa sa mga Tagalog, no. Okay. Ang ano po, isa po dito, sa ngayon po, no, para ito mai-share ko po ito sa ating mga PTA president at napakalaking pasasalamat po na naimbita po kami dito at nabigyan po ng boses ang ating PTA, ang ating stakeholder, no. At saka ito po, ang ginagawa po namin ngayon is nire-release po namin ang CSO, 81 provinces, 141 cities, 1,400 municipalities to be member of CSO accreditation PTA, no, ng ating mga local government para po mapalakas ang ating mga PTA, no. Ang involvement po kasi ng PTA sa DepEd is ang duties lang po namin is maningil. Wala na pong iba. So siguro po ang ginagawa po namin ngayon, ang magkakaroon po kami ng mga seminar, mga campaign tulad po ng tawag dito, mga impormasyon na ganito para po mapasilbihan po natin ang ating partnership ng eskwelahan. Ito po yung isang sinabi sa akin ng aming kasama, no, si Dr. Moreno, no. We support the mother tongue based implementation purposes, but we need to support all the mechanics and needs for its full implementation and processes, especially the exposure of our student before and during pandemic, and now to our newly face-to-face classes. If this program will be continued, we need to evaluate or assess the materials and other needed and updated trainings of educators for the program. As of now, we need more supplementary materials to support the program, especially the schools in other provinces with far-flung municipalities, barangays with limited resources. The program is good, but we need to look for more comprehensive implementation for better learning of our students. We need to focus as well on the stated challenges encountered by DepEd, as mentioned a while ago, for its better utilization, training of teachers, and other issues for learning materials needed for our students are our plea and stand of the youth. No? Siya po yung ating isang principal po ng Pasay na lagi po namin kasama for the information of teachers. Also po I would like to commend Yusek Densing, Yusek Rebsi, no. Napakadali na po ng communication ng PTA, no, through our GC, no. Yun po. Sana po ganun din po sa Senate. Thank you. At itong siguro Senator Win, we need your support po to lalo na po doon sa PES. Thank you po.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez. We call on Mr. Basas. Any comments? TDC? May comments po si Dr. Basas tuloy. Mr. Basas, si Benjo regarding implementation ng mother tongue, Benjo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Magandang hapon po at maraming salamat po no, sa pagiging bahagi po namin itong hearing. Well, unang-una po gusto ko pong banggitin na lahat po ng researches na nabanggit kanina no, ay ginawa po no, prior to the implementation of MTB MLE no, a decade ago. At ito po ay nananatiling tama. Ito pong mga ito ay nananatiling valid. No? Kaya
Benjo, medyo ano ka, naputol. Naputol. Well,
naman sa House po no, na suspension ng implementation.
Pakiulit lang,
Yes,
Benjo, na nag-freeze ka yung last 1 minute.
Oh, I'm sorry po. No, I'm sorry po.
Pakiulit na lang.
Sige po. Hindi ko na po pakakahabaan. No? Kami po ay in full support no, sa pagtutuloy ng MTB MLE at kinakailangan po, nakita naman po natin sa 10 taon, sa isang dekada po, no, na experience natin, nakita natin yung mga kakulangan po nito. Yun yung dapat asikasuhin po ng Department of Education at ng mga ahensya. At lalo na siyempre ng Kongreso, no, dahil maraming bagay po doon, lumabas naman na kanina, ay may kinalaman po sa budget, no, may kinalaman sa training, no, at may kinalaman sa mga publikasyon. So budget po ang pinakamalaking aspekto po nito, no, at yun po sana ang bibigyan ng pansin ng pagdinig po nito. Gayon din naniniwala po kasi kami na yung talagang mother tongue no ay isang karapatan isang karapatang pantao. Ito'y kinikilala po kahit ng mga opisyal na batas, kahit pandaigdigang mga batas Tayo po sa Pilipinas ay isang napakayaman po ng ating wika at kinakailangan po siya nating i-harness pa rin. Even our constitution mandates na dapat po nating paunlarin ang ating mga wika, and we have according to KWF meron tayong at least 130 languages na nagsasariling mga wika at iba-iba man po ito pero ganyan po tayo kayaman so mukhang kailangan po talaga nating suportahan ito at naniniwala po kami na yung pundasyon ng pagkatuto ng mga bata ay nakabatay po doon sa kanyang sariling wika na ginagamit niya sa pang-araw-araw, na ginagamit niya sa pang-unawa at dapat pong gamitin doon sa earliest period period po ng kanyang pag-aaral. Maraming salamat Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Benjo. We call on Kokopea, Dr. Fermin.
Magandang hapon po, kagalang-galang na Senator Win at mga kasamahan natin na patuloy na nagtataguyod ng dekalidad at makabulang edukasyon sa ating bansa. Sana po ay naririnig ako ng maliwanag.
Okay naman, go ahead.
Okay. Senator Win, if you will allow me, I wanted to keep my presentation tight for your consideration, so I'll be asking that I may be given rights to share my screen. Few items, Mr. Chair, that I wish to bring to the table of discussion this afternoon. 5 items that probably will be good for us to think through as an esteemed body of people who can contribute to the meaningfulness of education reform policies. I assert that, of course, language is key to education access, engagement, quality, and sustainability. However, our dispositions and attitudes towards language, or languages for that matter, shape language and education policies and provisions. That's why I admire Senator Cayetano's straightforward remark that there is a critical imperative for us to look at the value of English from a socio-economic vantage point, and thus is being required a lot of industries, whether traditional or emerging ones. And we cannot afford that the products of our education system, our learners, will be disadvantaged just because they don't have access to a global language, which is English. However, Ma'am Nene is also correct that there seems to be a clear indication that the younger generations of Filipino learners seem to have been suffering from what we call in our discipline as subtractive bilingualism. The late Bonifacio Sibayan and brother Andrew Gonzalez did mention that the Filipino learner seems to be neither here nor there, neither good in Filipino nor in English because of a lot of factors. And largely because the intellectualization of our national language is not yet at its what I would call full form. And I think Dr. Casanova will likely agree with me on this. Although we are moving towards that direction, it affects its capability to become the language for more extensive use, whether in academe or beyond. Which now leads me to the question, Mr. Chair. Would the story have been different if the international large scale assessments, such as PISA, or the Southeast Asia primary learning metrics have yielded different outcomes, learning outcomes for the Filipino learners if it were taken in the national language or a mother tongue, perhaps? I'm using these 5 key points because I'm certain that the proposed legislation of our esteemed chairperson will likely impact a lot of things in the ways by which we are trying to address the Philippine learning crisis, which, if remains unaddressed, will definitely ruin our capability to prepare competent human capital. So, Mr. Chair, allow me now to articulate 5 other things that perhaps we should be accounting for as we look at a critical policy that will help us understand how MTBMLE should have been operationalized much better. Note that I use the term should have been. I was part of the consultancy team of the K-12 Languages and Multiliteracies Group in 2012. And as early as that time, we were all aspiring to have a common understanding of what a mother tongue really should be, how it should be understood. As far as the UNESCO is concerned, it's what a child is born with or is comfortable with. And that's why my colleague, Professor Matila, is correct. In surveys on the ground, you will find children who would say they're comfortable using Cebuano and another language. And so it bears some form of thought on our part as educators. How do we account for such linguistic needs of students? And because research has evidence that MTBML is a clear pathway to language vitality, we must emphasize that this legislation will impact community vitality as well. Senator Win, the reason I really admire this direction is because we are not looking at MTBMLE here as a bridge to better proficiency in other languages alone, but it's also going to give us an appreciation how our indigenous communities can thrive in a fastly evolving socioeconomic order where language seems to be an important manifestation of individual and collective identity. And that's why my prayer is that we have to look this no longer as just a problem of DepEd, although DepEd is principally involved. Right from the start, sir, we should have been able to put together the efforts of the local government units, the National Commission for Indigenous Peoples, the Commission ng Wikang Filipino, the NCCA, and CHED. And if you will be open to the idea, Mr. Chair, part of the implementation of this and the whole gamut of issues about are we going to develop the orthographies and would that actually help us run the course of improving the implementation of MTBMLE? The answer is correct, but while my colleagues are saying that it's going to take 10 more years to the point of Dr. Orbeta, at least we could make that a bit faster if we systematically do it by looking at higher education institutions who, by law, should actually be doing a lot of research, particularly those that matter to communities. I know, for instance, that there's a number of state universities and colleges who have taken upon themselves the mission of converting themselves or integrating into their system a cultural studies center. An example of which in the private education sector is the Holy Angel University, which houses the Center for Kapampangan Studies, who also studies about the continuing evolution of the Kapampangan language and its variations and its use in the classrooms. The same is true for state universities such as Bukidnon State University, which has the Center for Binukid Studies, which is dramatically improving the way we understand the behavior of people trying to learn and sustain their knowledge of Binukid, which is their regional language or their local language, rather. And so, if we only think about this as a confluence of work between HEIs and DepEd, maybe, Mr. Senator, we could look at the DepEd teachers who actually have access to the oral nature of the mother tongues. And these are the teachers that Professor Metilia and her team have worked with, turned them into fully funded research scholars who will zero in on converting their knowledge of the orality of those mother tongues into actual orthographies, guided, of course, by the Commission and other entities who might be able to provide insight into how we should develop our languages. My last point, Mr. Chair, and I hope I may be allowed. While everyone is saying we have to look at the DepEd or the Commission data on the number of languages, I always admire the work of the ethnologue. This is the Summer of Institute of Linguistics, who on a yearly basis provides a more or less accurate accounting of languages. And the best part of this, Mr. Chair, is that it could guide us which languages we should prioritize for the development of orthographies and resources at certain developmental stages. I will not go into the detail of the taxonomy they provided here, but if you ask me, if we can actually begin with the 35 in trouble and 11 dying languages, we will be able to light 2 candles with 1 matchstick. Protect the indigenous communities who are left with those languages or mother tongues, and at the same time, use them as the small-scale approach towards expanding our road towards orthographic development. And I think that's going to be a better approach to making orthographic development expedited. My last 2 cents here, Mr. Chair. The law specifically provides that we need to guarantee that the implementation of MTBMLE should account for instruction, teaching materials, and assessment for the first 3 years. I have not seen any comprehensive data set provided by the Department of Education, let alone other smaller groups that are integrating data points around these 3 to ensure that the regional or native language of the learners are really doing their work in terms of allowing our learners to learn more meaningfully. And this I was not able to hear from the presentation of our esteemed colleagues at the Department of Education. DepEd is accountable per law to a mother language transition program from grade 4 to grade 6. You see, we have been putting a lot of emphasis on the first 3 years, K to 3, that's 4 actually, but we forgot that mother tongue-based multilingual education will have an impact on further learning if we get it right. So we are unable to actually follow the recommendations provided by the UNESCO on programming languages of learning, which is pretty much defined on where languages will come in, such as English. That's why I support Senator Cayetano's position. We should strengthen English. But one of the earliest research that we have used in order that NTBMLE will work in the Philippines was the work of former Undersecretary for Education, Dina Ocampo, on the programming of languages of learning. And it was pretty much straightforward. If we strengthen the learning of the child's language, we will move towards the direction of what we call the cross-linguistic transfer of literacy. Ibig po nitong sabihin, habang lumalakas ang kasanayan mo sa lingwaheng ikaw ay komportable at mas nakikita mong maayos ang pakikitungo mo sa iyong kaklase at guro, maisasalin mo ang kasanayang ito sa susunod na mas malakas na wika at yan ang ating pambansang wika ang Filipino at maisasalin ito paabot doon sa tinatawag natin na mga global na wika tulad ng Ingles at iba pang mga pandaigdigang wika. Maraming salamat po at nasa inyo po ang aking suporta upang tiyakin na ang layuning ito ng pagsasabatas ng pagpapalakas ng MTBMLE ay ating maisa sa katuparan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Dr. Fermin. Dr. Fermin, I have one question lang. Since you represent the private schools, sa mga private schools natin, Key Stage 1, are they... I'll generalize first. I'll generalize first. Ilan po ang gumagamit ng mother tongue at ilan po ang English ang ginagamit? Kasi alam ko talagang let's face it here in our country, no? Status symbol ang mag-aral sa private schools eh. And isa sa mga expectation ng mga magulang pag nagbayad sila for private school is matututo ng English, no? In order para matuto ng English, English ang ginagamit ng mga private schools. No? But based on your statistics, ilan po ang private schools na gumagamit ng mother tongue and ilan po ang gumagamit ng ibang lingwahe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. In terms of the actual profile of our students, you're correct in saying that these are the students predominantly seeking an English medium education system. So I would say that the greater majority of private schools really concentrate on offering learning in English. I may not be able to provide you the actual data, Mr. Chair, but in my conversations with private education institutions, you see, when I became a trainer for MTBMLE, they always ask me the question, what if the child is born into English as the first language? Shouldn't we therefore consider English as a mother tongue? All research, all policy papers, even of global organizations such as UNESCO, say that it's true. If the child grew up being exposed to English and it's comfortable using it, that's the mother tongue. So, you know how these parents, and to your point, regard English as a language of social mobility. And so early on, they expose them to a lot of books, resources, and opportunities to learn English. So, Mr. Chair, the safer way, I guess, that I will answer your question, there's only a very, very small number of these private schools really teaching English, the mother tongue, as a subject and as a medium of learning. And I guess it's safe to say that most of these are the mission-driven schools, typically those performing the function of services rendered by the church to indigenous communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
In terms of teachers, are the teachers equipped using English as the medium of instruction? Because of course, a lot of their teachers in our private schools also come from the schools where public school teachers are coming from. No? So I just want to understand, no? Are private school giving additional training to their teachers to use English as a mother tongue, or a lot of our teachers are already equipped with English coming in to teach mother tongue, to teach English as medium of instruction?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm answering 3 different dissertation questions right now, but it's okay. But Mr. Chair, on the first item that you mentioned, are our teachers generally good at English? The last survey that I know of about the proficiency of our English was that of a study conducted by, or commissioned rather, by a team led by some of our colleagues at DepEd and other state universities. And what they found out, our teachers are really not able to deliver learning in academic English that's required at their stage. But truth of the matter, there's not even a single language profiling test administered to our teachers, both in the public and the private schools. But the truth of the matter, there's a lot of ways by which we can determine their level of proficiency. And the Common European Framework of Reference, or CEFR, is one thing that all majority of nations are already using to determine the proficiency of our professionals. So in the case of the private schools, Mr. Chair, most of these private schools include in their hiring policy a clear indicator of proficiency in English, because that is required by most of these academic institutions, by the markets or consumers that they are serving. So, for instance, in my previous role as academic head of a private school, always I would look at the capability of the teacher applicant to hold the conversation in English in the first 10 or 15 minutes of the interview. And I could readily say whether this teacher would likely be able to transmit a different set of language-related behaviors or skills that might be detrimental to the quality of their learning. So on the question, because these teachers are coming from our higher education institutions anyway, don't they have the required proficiency? Well, we all assume that they have, but technically, Mr. Chair, again, we don't have a standard assessment for these graduates in terms of language proficiency. But again, there's the hiring procedure also at DepEd, which contains an item about, well, it's not explicitly communication, and our DepEd colleagues can confirm this, but the manner by which you are able to respond to their questions is indicative of your communication skills. But Mr. Chair, I forgot to tell you, uh, also wearing my hat as the CHED co-chair for the Technical Panel for Teacher Education, we have introduced a specialized course for all early childhood education majors in the teaching of mother tongue. So it is a required course in the new curriculum entitled Content and Pedagogy in the Mother Tongue, because CHED was really intent on responding to the demand of the Department of Education to ensure that the teachers, particularly those who will be managing kindergarten to third grade, are equipped with the essential competencies to teach the mother tongue, both as a subject and as a medium of learning. We have just produced one cohort of this curriculum that contains that course, and I think it will bear some form of thought for us to sample how these teachers are able to cope with the demands of MTB MLE on the ground. I hope I was able to respond to your queries, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fermin. Thank you for that. We now call on PBED, represented by Ms. Raagas.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for recognizing Philippine Business for Education, and good afternoon sa lahat. I'll keep this very short in terms of a recommendation. So we all have to acknowledge that we are in a learning crisis, and we all need. Yes, sorry.
Sorry.
Yes. Okay. So we all need all the tools at our disposal to address this. The mother tongue-based multilingual education policy is globally proven. Gusto ko lang pong bumalik tayo sa basics. Our kids cannot read. And reading is very basic. Reading is the gateway to learning about everything, and they cannot learn reading in another language that is entirely foreign to them. So while most of the data on the effectiveness of MTB MLE was done prior, and currently wala tayong data on the impact or of the whole implementation, we believe that it does not change the whole premise of why we are actually doing MTB MLE. So sa nakikita po namin sa PBED, and importante talaga that we make sure that we review the implementation, particularly ang mga nakita natin earlier, that there is a lack of relevant materials, not having dictionary for the languages, also making sure that we account for communities that learn more than one language at home, and also looking at improving the positive attitude towards continuing or towards using MT. And also lastly, in terms of training teachers, dapat mas pagtuunan yung pag-train ng mga teachers para they can really implement the system. It takes a village to raise a child, and what was interesting din kanina is that from Dr. Fermin's presentation, he talked about different agencies that have to play a role, that it's not DepEd's role alone. Allow me to expand that po in saying na other organizations, CSOs for example, should also be more involved in the multiple components of implementing MTB MLE. So for example, may mga organizations po na magaling sa impact assessments and studies. There are organizations that are good in teacher training, in research. We can all pitch in together to make sure that we work with the DepEd and we provide the DepEd with the support that's needed to review the implementation and make sure that this is rolled out to the best of its capacity. And kami po sa Philippine Business for Education, we are one in committing to advocating for quality education, and with that In terms of reviewing the implementation of the MTB-MLE, sumusuporta po kami dyan, and we will also try to work as much as possible. We will try to work with the organizations and work with the agencies to continue supporting that that review of the implementation. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you to PBED. We call on the Director Abdul Salik of the BARM. Any comments po? Director Salik of BARM. Are you still there? We'll call on Director Salik later on. We'll call on Dr. Carino of DepEd CAR, Cordillera area, Cordillera Administrative Region. Dr. Carino.
Yes, good afternoon po, Senator Win, and good afternoon also to USEC EPI, and thank you for this opportunity. Although I have submitted my position paper, I'm inspired by the other speakers where they recognize that indeed the reason why the Regional Development Council of CAR, as well as our Congressman Mark Go, asked for the suspension of the implementation of mother tongue in the DepEd Cordillera is because the language which is asked to be used is not really the language of the child. So the regional language identified for DepEd CAR is Iloco, wherein this Ilocano language is only learned by the learners when they go to college or at least high school when they go to the urban area. If you go to the different barangays, especially in the provinces, they do speak several dialects, no, as mentioned, no, dialects or languages. And of the 19 approved with orthography, no language spoken in CAR is included. No, we have been submitting orthography for Ibaloy, Kankanae, which is, as mentioned, the common one, but nothing was approved. So what happened is when the Iloco textbooks arrived, what our teachers has been doing is to keep translating this, no, to whatever is the language they know or the language of the child. But it was from our mapping, no, in one grade level alone, for example, we already have 3 different languages spoken by the learners. And in some grade levels, Ilocano or Iloco is not at all spoken, especially in the provinces. Now, Abra, which is known to be Ilocano, no, even had 14 languages. And this 5 or 4 are spoken or are the languages identified by the different learners in one class only. So there is really a confusion, as mentioned earlier also, because we haven't been using the mother tongue of the child. So if only all the different mother tongues will really have the necessary resources, then probably no, we will or CAR will not ask for the suspension of the use of the mother tongue. That is why in the RDC resolution, as well as the one asked by our very good Congressman Mark Go, we would be allowed, no, to use as medium of instruction our Filipino language, because even in the provinces, we have the learners have access to Filipino because of TV, no, compared to Iloco. So, but I hope we will be able to get the materials, because the Iloco textbooks in most of our schools, these are kept, no, because our learners do not understand. So we use the Filipino as medium of instruction or English, and then if the teacher knows the language of the child or the community, then maybe she can translate it if there is a need. So that is the position of based from my interview, that would help really make the mother tongue successful in DepEd Cordillera. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, thank you. Ma'am, I have a few questions. Dr. Carino, you're the RD for CAR. You're
Yes,
the regional director for the Cordillera area, region.
yes
Apa.
po.
And then in your region, ilan po ang based on your language mapping, ilan po ang languages diyan?
Like in Abra, there are 14. So in Benguet, 9. Oh, so in Baguio we have basically 6. So these are different dialects, but the most in number would be Ibaloy in Kankanae,
Okay.
Senator.
And then both Ibaloy and Kankanae are not in the 19.
Yes po, Senator.
And
And
then
I'd like to mention that when it comes to Ibaloy in Kankanae, we tried trying to make assessment in the dialect, but there's again a question of whose Ibaloy or whose Kankanae will be used, because even in one municipality or even in one province, like for example, the Kankanae in Benguet is different from the Kankanae in Mountain Province. So that's also the challenge that we are having, Senator.
So in other words, let's just take Benguet. Kankanae and Ibaloy is predominantly spoken in Benguet. Tama po ba?
Yes, Senator.
But in the list of 19, it's not there.
Yes po.
So
Yes,
you
po.
are mandated to use Ilocano.
Ilocano. Yes po. The
Ilocano.
available materials given to us are in Iloco. So since the time we were asked to implement mother tongue, the teachers had the difficulty of not even contextualizing, but simply translating, because we do not have the approved orthography.
Ma'am, you mentioned Filipino. You requested that Filipino be used as the MOI. And the logic there is because the students are, this is key stage 1, mga bata ho to, already familiar with Filipino. Tama po ba? Is that,
Yes.
that's the logic? So they acquired Filipino at that age?
Through the but more than the Iloco. So Senator, what I'm saying is, since the Iloco is also L2, then why don't we use the Filipino, which is the national language, since it becomes the L2 also of the learners, even sa kinder. And in case a certain learner doesn't really understand the Filipino, which may not be that great because of the presence of media like the television, then the teacher of that can translate it in his own dialect, Senator.
Yeah.
Since we don't have the materials po.
I want to understand, no, because based on our going arounds, yung mga teacher, no, are they equipped to teach Iloco? In Benguet, this is only in Benguet. I'm just focusing on Benguet.
Mr. Chair, actually not, because the Iloco in the textbooks, the Ilocano we speak are mixed. Like, we do not really count in Iloco, may sadua, but they were taught 1, 2, 3 already directly because of the influence of the foreigners who stayed, and then of course again the media. Like for example, the color, they have to ask just the same. Like the term maris, we don't use maris for color, we use color. So that's the problem of some of our teachers, Mr. Chair.
But the teachers, no, I will talk in general terms. The teachers in Benguet, can they speak Iloco, or are they just speaking Ibaloy and Kankanae?
They can speak Iloco, Mr. Chair, but Ilocano of Cordillera, which is quite different from the text, the one spoken in the or used in the text.
From the textbooks? Iba
Yes,
siya. Okay.
Yes po, Mr. Chair. So they would rather teach in English or Filipino, wherein they can fluently speak.
In your observation ho, ma'am, dito po sa mga estudyante natin, I'll go naman to their students, no? In Benguet, their primary language at home, no? Based on your experience, not based on data but anecdotal lang ho to. Ano ho yung ginagamit nila sa bahay in Benguet?
Generally kasi, Mr. Chair, is once a child is born, most if not all parents speak to them already in English because of the influence. No, I mean the spoken, although maybe not all, but there's already a mix of the English and the mother tongue of the community.
So
Mr.
English
Chair.
and Ibaloy or English and Kankanae?
Kankanae, yes.
When
po,
do
Mr.
they acquire Filipino?
When they now start watching the TV and listening to some with the TV, their influence.
And when do they acquire Iloco?
When they now go to high school, just like me, I was able to learn Iloco when I was in college already, or at least a little when I was in high school.
Okay. So in your area in Benguet, students are exposed to 4 languages. Ibaloy or Kankanae, Filipino, English, and then later on Iloco.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What is the impact of, balik ako sa key stage 1, anong impact po ng Iloco ang ginagamit as medium of instruction in your area?
Mr. Chair, we cannot really measure because, as I said, what happened was the textbooks, the teachers had been translating it in the dialect. Like, for example, if the school, if the community is Kankanae, they had been translating it in Kankanae, Ibaloy, Karao, Kalanguya, Iowak, and some other languages, Mr. Chair.
So they translate pa from Iloco to Kankanae, to Iloco to Ibaloy.
Yes,
Hindi ba
Mr.
mahirap
Chair.
sa teacher ho yan? Because instead of teaching the subject matter, they're doing bridging/translating throughout the classes?
Precisely, Mr. Chair. That's why I am I misunderstood in my. I'm not against mother tongue, Mr. Chair, but what I'm saying is we should be given the correct material, no, rather than these teachers spend even their personal time translating, and I see a waste of resources when it comes to this, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now that's the same observation that we had when we went around the different parts of the nation. No? So thank you, ma'am. I'll go back to you, ma'am, dahil you have a lot of, you can share with us a lot of insights. I'll just go to Dr. Casanova, no? And this is another very important issue, Dr. Casanova. Kanina, it's mentioned in the materials that the 19 languages cover 85 to 90% of our population. Is that your data? Do you agree with that, Dr. Casanova?
Sumasang-ayon po ako dyan. Kasi nga po, marami po tayong mga wika na maliliit lamang po ang populasyon. Kaya ang sinasabi ho kanina na 85% ay saklaw na po ng 19 na ortografiya, ay naniniwala po ako doon. Dahil kung populasyon po ang pag-uusapan, ay mga pangunahing wika po ang mga sinasalita sa mga pook na yon. Yung tinatawag natin mga regional na wika din po, ano? Kasi nga po, may mga wika po talagang maliliit na populasyon lamang. Kung titignan natin ang kabuuan ng populasyon na may nagsasalita ng iba't ibang wika, ang tingin ko po, ang 85% ay sumasaklaw po doon sa o kabilang po doon sa may mga ortografiya na. Meron lang akong nais banggitin din po dito na kasasabi lang po kasi na tungkol po sa mga wika diyan sa Cordillera, no po.
Sandali po, bago tayo pumunta dyan, Dr. Casanova, anong basis ho nung 85 to 90%?
Iyon ay sa pananaw ko rin po.
But mayroon ba ho language mapping nationwide na ginawa? Mayroon ba hong survey or nakasama ba siya at least sa census? Dapat nasa census siguro yun eh.
Ang akin pong pahayag ay batay din po sa mga nabanggit na ng mga nakaraan kasi po nandun din po sa talakayan sa Kongreso na yun nga po ano at
pero wala pong formal
wala
na
po akong
sense.
formal na batayan tungkol diyan. Ngunit kung ang lohika na sinasabi ko po dito ay marami po na mga wika na nakabilang sa 130 na talagang maliliit po ang populasyon kung kahit pagsama-samahin niyo po yung maliliit, mas nakakarami pa ho yung mga wika na malalaki na mga pangunahing wika. At kanina nabanggit ko po, ito yung mga wikang ang nagsasalita po ay mahigit na 1 milyon.
Meron ba hong formal na language mapping na tinignan ho kung ilan po talaga ang nagsasalita ng Sinugbuanon, Bisaya, ilan po ang nagsalita ng Pangasinan, ilan po ang Ilocano? Meron ba hong ganun para masabi na 85 to 90%? Kasi nabasa ko ho yan eh. But,
meron ho kaming atlas ng mga wika sa Pilipinas na binuo po ng Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino at ito po ay aming nire-revisan ngayon dahil nga po sa unang-una yung mga baybay na mga wika ay hindi nagkakatugma sa gamit sa iba't ibang pook. Ganon din po, dito po sa atlas ng mga wika ng Pilipinas, makikita po natin yung bilang o dami ng mga nagsasalita ng isang particular na wika.
Ho bang, so merong, pero merong formal na basehan yung 85 to 90%. Merong research ho yan. Merong survey, research, census.
Ang akin pong binanggit kanina, ang amin pong bilang ng wika ay ibinatay po namin at ibinabatay namin sa census.
Sa census ho galing yun?
Opo.
Meron ho kayong summary nung census?
Palagay ko po at iyon po ay nasa puno ng aming sangay ng salita at gramatika. At yan po ang batayan ng pagbuo ng atlas ng mga wika sa Pilipinas.
So, paki-submit na lang ho sa amin yung 19 kasi madalas ho nakikita ko sa libro dito sa literature 19 represents 85 to 90% of our spoken languages.
Ang datos na po ang datos pong iyan ay buhat po sa DepEd at pwede po nating hilingin yung 19 nila kasi po tulad ng banggit ko kanina kami po ay bumabatay din po sa kanilang statistics.
Pero kayo sa KWF, meron ba ho kayong, do you have that record? Meron ho kayo? Formal na record?
Yung binasa ko po kanina mga wika.
Hindi, pero yung 85 to 90%, meron ho kayong formal census or formal study?
Galing pa rin po yun sa census.
Meron yun.
Galing po sa census kasi tulad nga po nabanggit ko, yung aming pong atlas sa mga wika ay batay din po sa census.
So i-provide nyo na lang ho kami itong 19. Gusto ko makita yung 19 represents the nation's 90% of our population.
Siguro tanungin din po natin yung nagbigay ng datos kanina.
Si DepEd ho yun eh.
Opo. Tanungin po natin ang DepEd.
Sige po, before we do that, I understand si Dr. Tris Bustos has a presentation. Dr. Tris?
Magandang hapon po. Kasama ko po si Dr. Ferido. So kami pong dalawa yung magpe-present.
Apo, sige ho, Dr. Tris.
Maraming salamat. So medyo hindi namin direktang ina-address yung MTB-MLE implementation sa report na ito. pero maigi pong maintindihan natin yung iba pang mga issue na konektado dito bago po gumawa ng kahit na anong desisyon. All right, so we have two main points, and you will find that on the next slide. Okay, oh, by the way, to introduce the center, we are a center based in the University of the Philippines. We are a partnership between UP and University of Melbourne. So just to explain who we are. So our main points are these: that first, we should study thoroughly the language issue before recommending any language policy changes. And then the second one, that while we're doing that we follow the recommendations of MTBMLE research. So I will pass the floor to Dr. Ferido to present the first set of information that could influence our decision on the language policy. Ma'am Marlene.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the others present in the hearing. I'd like to just focus on an aspect of the international large-scale assessment results, primarily CPLM and TIMSS, which is related to data on the student's home language. Now, in the CPLM, there were 6,083 Filipino grade 5 learners participating in 2019, representing 173 schools. And the domains assessed were reading, writing, and math literacy. Now, in the next slide, our team analyzed mean scores from the data which was uploaded by UNICEF on the CPLM report. And if you will observe, the mean scores of grade 5 learners in reading literacy between those who speak English and those who do not speak English at home, most of the time are the same. All right. Now, in the range of the CPLM, their categories are just the same, speak and do not speak English at home. So those are just the two categories. Now, in the next slide, for writing literacy, the mean score. Okay, the mean score of grade 5 learners in the writing literacy for those who do not speak English at home most of the time is higher than those who speak English. However, the mean scores are statistically tied, meaning there is no significant difference between the mean scores of these learners in writing literacy for those who speak English at home and for those who speak most of the time. Okay, in the next slide, also for CPLM, the mean scores of grade 5 learners in math literacy who do not speak English at home most of the time is higher than those who do speak English. Okay? Now, but the difference is again statistically tied or there is no significant difference. Just focusing on this slide, you see that the mean scores in blue are children who do not speak the language of instruction at home most of the time. And the orange one refers to children speaking the language of instruction at home most of the time. So the blue one is do not. The orange is they speak. And so in reading, in writing, and in math literacy, there is no statistical significant difference. Okay, now let me go to another ILSA, the TIMSS 2019. There were 5,515 Filipino grade 4 learners who participated in TIMSS in 2019, coming from 180 schools nationwide. And they were assessed in math and in science. So if you look at these results in the following slides for teams, all right, this is just referring to those students speaking English, sometimes speaking English, and sometimes speaking another language at home. That is the maroon colored bar. Now, I just like to inform everyone that there were 4 categories in teams related to speaking the English language at home. First is always speak English at home. Second is almost always speak English at home. Third is sometimes speak English and sometimes speak other language at home. And number 4, never speak English at home. And that's the pink one. Okay. Now, what are the results? You will notice that those who sometimes speak English and sometimes speak another language at home achieve the highest score in math, significantly higher than other grade 4 learners. And the grade 4 learners, the blue one, who always speak English at home, obtained the lowest mean score in math. Okay, these are all taken from the uploaded the results of the teams 2019. Now, in the next slide for science, if you look at the pattern, there is no significant difference also in the mean score in math among those who always and almost always speak English at home, the blue one, and those, the orange one, and those who never speak English at home. Okay, so what are all these results communicating to us? In the next slide, we provide you some, this is for science. Yeah, the pattern is the same as in math. The grade 4 learners who always speak English at home obtained the lowest mean, 196 in science. All right. Now, let me go to the next slide. Okay, this is a summary. The CPLM 2019 results showed that speaking English at home most of the time is not necessarily an advantage for grade 5 learners in terms of their achievement scores in reading, writing, and math literacy. Also, in Teams 2019 Philippine results, the mean scores in math and science of the grade 4 learners who never speak and who always and almost always speak English at home are statistically the same, or there is no significant difference between them. Hence, it is not clear, just based on this data, whether the use of English at home is beneficial to grade 4 and 5 learners with respect to their academic performance in the assessed learning area like science and math and writing. Now, in the next slide, there were other Teams 2019 results and the same observations can be noted. Now, I'd like to point out that upon checking the term speak another language at home, when one of our researchers checked the team's data, the Teams International did not mention what the other languages are. Okay. Now, next slide. In the next slide, I think it's very important for us when you look at the Teams data to look at the content domains for grade 4. The content coverage, which are number, measurement, and geometry, and data. Data, meaning how they read, interpret, and represent data, and how they use data to solve problems. Okay. And then the cognitive domains used in teams are knowing, they should know the information, of course. They need to apply content information, and they need to give reasoning. Now, in the next slide, uh, these are just summary. I don't need to go through each one of them because we have already shared with you the the synthesis just for sake of time. But what I'd like to communicate is that we need to get a clear picture of the relationship between the student's home language and other factors relevant to gaining learning outcomes at each grade level. Because in the arguments earlier, which I agree that mother tongue is used as some way to increase the learning outcomes of students. But there are other factors which we think are relevant to look at. Because when they go to the higher levels or grade levels, the children, particularly in science and math, need not only be adept in basic literacy, but also in the disciplinary literacy or the cognitive language or the cognitive academic language of science and math. And I think this will be better tackled when the curriculum is, discussed. So we can skip the other details of the Teams 2019. And I think I can turn it over to Dr. Bustos. Thank you.
All right. So the next set of information that we will share is on the teacher's English proficiency test and process skills test results. And this is based on the report coming from the Bureau of Education Assessment. This is the March 2019 version. All right. So let me explain first what these two tests are in relation to some suggestions, some recommendations that we focus on English as one of our major medium of instruction. So the next slide. Okay, so this will tell you the administration dates of when these tests were given. And so the first set of tests, which were given to first and second grade teachers, was administered in 2012. So this is 10 years ago. And probably many of them have retired already from service. They are not, okay, this happened before the K to 12 curriculum. And then even happened before the new curriculum, the new teacher education curriculum. So the first tests were administered in 2012, while the last set of tests were administered in October to January of 2018. So that's October 2017 to January 2018. All right. So to explain what those tests contain, so the next slide will show you the description of the tests. So the English proficiency test is a 90-item multiple choice test, which looks into the teacher's knowledge of English structure, written expression, as well as reading comprehension. The other test, which is the process skills test, you will find that in the next slide. It's a 40-item test, which looks into the teacher's general basic knowledge of mathematics and science. And so you will see on the screen the 13 processing skills that were tested. So these include observing, classifying, inferring, predicting, measuring, quantifying, communicating, interpreting data, analyzing data, evaluating, experimenting, making conclusions, making models, and being able to define something operationally. So in terms of the scores, in the next slide will show you the interpretation of the scores. So any score that is 75 and above would fall under proficient and highly proficient. But scores below 75, so 50 to 74% is nearly proficient, 25 to 49% low proficient, and 0 to 24% not proficient. And so we're talking about teachers' proficiency levels here, not even our learners' proficiency levels. So the next set of slides will show you the performance. And this is the performance of grade 1 and 2 teachers. The light blue one is the English result. And then the darker blue result shows you the process skills. So you have there 50.4%. That's the mean score for the teacher's English proficiency test. And if you look at the interpretation of that, that's nearly proficient. And the process skills, which is 46.05, which is low proficient. So this is the score. Again, this test was administered back in 2012. The next slide will show you the scores for grades 2 and 3 and 4 teachers. And the picture is pretty much the same. Again, if you look at the light blue column, still we are having teachers who are nearly proficient in English and still low proficient in process skills. For grades 5 and 6, so still the same, nearly proficient in English, and there's a bit of an improvement in terms of process skills. So it's now 54.05. So for grade 7 to 8, okay, a lot better, but still falling under the nearly proficient levels for both English and process skills. For grades 9 and 10, you would see the same thing. And what is the point of showing all of these graphs? When we say, for example, that we intend to go back to the bilingual policy and make English, for example, emphasize the use of English in our classes, use it as the medium of instruction, we need to be mindful of where our teachers are in relation to their personal use of English. So I think before we even try to change the policy, there are many things that we need to take into consideration. One is one would be the findings coming from the international large-scale assessments, which tells us that there is really not much difference. If you just looked at the language used by students at home, there wasn't much difference between the performance of those who used English and those who did not. And so I think that in a way would challenge what we think of this focus now on English instruction. So, but I guess it tells us that we should spend more time trying to understand what's going on in our education. And then, as we said earlier, as we're trying to understand what's going on in education, especially in the area of language, we might as well follow the recommendations of MTB-MLE research, which appear in the next set of slides. These have been explained already by Dr. Mentila, who was the one handling the MTB-MLE research of ACT-RC. But maybe we can just go over those quickly. So for the policy on language used as medium of instruction, I think we need to be able to, because in her research, they were looking also at the use of the lingua franca in classes. And so their recommendation was, first, their study has shown that a lingua franca, so this is the bridging language that's used, it's the language of trade in an area, which typically happens when you have linguistically diverse places. So the study has shown that a lingua franca medium of instruction has no substantial negative implications. So of course we want to support the local languages, in the different areas. And yes, there are really many languages in the Philippines, but we may want to explore also the use of the lingua franca. The next slide is a recommendation for practice, that we need to be able to provide feasible alternative programs for students who are non-lingua franca speakers, where the lingua franca is the one that is used in the school as MOI. By the way, we also found, and I think this has been mentioned already by Dr. Orbeta, that in some places, using the semantic fluency test, you will find that there are children with more than one mother tongue. So it is possible to have several mother tongues. But the current forms that we have, the the idea is you only have one. So for example, there's no space to write that a second language in case you find out if the student is also as fluent in one language as the other. So for research, I think there really has to be more investigations on the smaller languages. And by smaller languages, these are the languages with fewer speakers, as well as looking at other language contexts, such as those that are linguistically homogeneous contexts. The next slide shows you some recommendations that address the match or mismatch. And we have also seen this in our studies, for example, in BARM and in other places here in the Philippines. So to address the issue of match and mismatch, we need to make sure that as far as possible, students are allocated to classes that use their mother tongue as the medium of instruction. Because admittedly, there are some students who are in classes where the mother tongue is not their mother tongue. So the next slide shows you the recommendation for practice is for teachers to ensure that they use the declared medium of ensure that teachers use the declared medium of instruction for instruction, and that adequate mother tongue immersion is used in classes where an LF, which is lingua franca MOI, is used. So, because again, in some places, it's not exactly the mother tongue of the child that is used, but it is the lingua franca of a place where there are several languages present in a community. And that is the one that is used by teachers as the medium of instruction. Okay, the next slide, again, is to further study the relationship between match or mismatch between students' MT, mother tongue, and medium of instruction, and learning outcomes in smaller languages. Now, for training, for teacher training, the recommendation is this, that we conduct monitoring and evaluation of training to ensure that the design and materials used follow the guidelines provided. Because even though the Department of Education releases the guidelines, you will find variability and differences, great differences in how those guidelines are implemented. And so good monitoring and evaluation is necessary. We need to ensure that teachers and school administrators, we need to ensure the teacher and school administrator training on MTBMLE are implemented. So you have already made mention earlier that not all of our teachers or not all of the concerned teachers have been trained. We have a considerable number of teachers that still need training. And then since the LAC sessions, these are the learning action cells, are being utilized in schools, we might as well investigate the impact of the LAC session on the early language literacy and numeracy training that they have received on students' learning outcomes. The last one, actually this is the second to the last one, has something to do with the pupil book ratio. We found that in some places, there is no one-to-one. Not all students have a copy of the book that they're supposed to use. In other studies that we've done, sometimes even the teachers don't have copies of the materials of the teacher guides that they need. And so we need to ensure that everybody has access to those materials. And so we also need to ensure that students have access to as many mother tongue materials as possible and that their use is maximized at home and in school. So the last one is on gender. And I think we should just be monitoring the achievement of girls and boys, girls have been performing better compared to boys. And this is something that we might want to look into further. But that is all. The last slide just reiterates the two arguments or the two main points that we want to put forward. That we need to study thoroughly the language issue before we recommend any policy changes. And in the meantime, follow the recommendations of MTB-MLE research. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Dr. Therese. Therese, I also have some slides to show later on, but I'll call on DepEd first again on the we requested the ELNA results just for them to elaborate so that we'll be educated. If DepEd can educate us on the ELNA results. Ano pa ba? Yes, Asek Ambat.
Senator Win, we submitted the results of the 2017 and the 2018 ELNA to your office. The first time that we administered it was on 2017 and then followed by, of course, 2018. And in the results, it showed that, as indicated po in the slide, that our learners in third grade garnered almost near proficient to high proficient in English, Filipino, mother tongue, and numeracy. However, Mr. Chair, of course, our baseline is 2017. If you would look at the data for 2018, some of the mean percentage scores for the languages for the different groups fluctuated a bit. Some went high, some decreased, some increased. So it will be good to look at per language so that you can see. But nonetheless, Mr. Chair, the results would show that nobody, the students assessed were all in the near proficient, and no one is in the not proficient, Mr. Chair.
So itong slide lang, just to be educated, ASEC, about a third of non-Tagalog test takers were considered as proficient and high proficient in their respective mother tongue, and about 16% of the same group were proficient and highly proficiency in numeracy. So ano yung balance? What is the 84%? And also the 90%? And then here, 1/3, so 30% of test takers were considered as proficient and highly proficient in their respective mother tongue. So what's the balance, the 70%? In the second point.
Mr. Chair, I missed your question.
No, in the second bullet point, no, diba, a third were considered proficient, and then 16% of the same group were proficient and highly proficient, and then 10% of pupils took the numeracy subtest in Tagalog, were proficient and highly proficient. Ano po ano yung 90%? Ano yung 70%, 84%, and 90%?
Mr. Chair, when you talk of yung sinabi namin dito, 10% of pupils who took the numeracy subtest in Tagalog are at proficient and highly proficient level. Yung pong natitira ay wala naman pong nag-fall dun sa not proficient and low proficient. They are all near proficient. Pero what we're saying here is for those who took the subtest in Tagalog, they are proficient and highly proficient.
Yes, I understand that. But the 90%, let's take that last sentence. The subtest. And the 90% were below proficient. Tama ba? I don't have the test kasi, so I don't have the graph, so I cannot see it. So I'm asking you, what's the 90%?
Mr. Chair, the 90%. The 90%, Mr. Chair, are nearly proficient, Mr. Chair. Low proficient and nearly proficient.
Correct. So nearly proficient and below, in other words.
Low proficient.
Oo
Yung
nga.
pinakamababa po yung no proficient.
Yeah, correct. Low proficient. So, in other words, the proficient and high proficient is the minority. The majority is nearly proficient and below. Tama?
Mr. Chair, nasa majority will be in the near proficient.
Correct. Near proficient. Correct. I don't have kasi the breakdown
Opo. Mr. Chair, ang score po nung nearly proficient in the MPS is 50 to 74%. Yung low proficient is 25 to 49%. Yun po yung description po.
Then what is the baseline? Are you comparing that to, you have to compare that to something. Did we improve or did we deteriorate?
Mr. Chair, looking at the 2017 results of the ENA, hindi naman po nagbago. They are in the, well, marami po kasing language groups, but in general, nasa near proficient naman po. They're almost the same for 2017 and 2018, Mr. Chair. That's what I'm saying. But
don't we want kasi, ASEC, don't we want majority to be proficient and highly proficient? Don't we want that majority of our learners? Kasi dito 1/3, 16%, and 10. Even the first bullet point says half, so that's 50%. Don't we want majority?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we want majority of our learners to be proficient and highly proficient.
Correct.
And that is what we are working on now, especially with the reforms that we will introduce. We are waiting pa rin po for the result of the ELNA as part of the rapid assessment. This was administered in last June. And we'll see there, Mr. Chair, kung nag-deteriorate ba to or nag-improve tayo. But we are working towards improving this, Mr. Chair.
Because if I just look at this slide, I'm not satisfied because we want majority of our students to be proficient and highly proficient. Proficient is yung ano lang yan tama lang no? Kumbaga pasang-awa yung proficient no? At least in my definition. So we want them to be at least proficient, no?
Yes,
So
Mr. Chair.
on the other side of the coin, these majority of our students are nearly proficient and below, no? So that's number one. Number two, what are we comparing this to? Is there a comparison, let's say a time series, maybe the last 10 years, or since we implemented the mother tongue? Have we improved since we implemented the mother tongue?
Mr. Chair, we have results for LAPG, which is the LAPG for 2015, but iba po kasi yung tinest nila. So far, ito lang pong L na pa lang muna, which has results for 27 and 2018 pa lang ang meron kami, Mr. Chair. But
But when did we launch ELNA? 2015?
hang on, Mr. Chair. 2016 po, Mr. Chair.
2016. So did we improve?
According to the 2018 results, sir, we are within the near proficient. We'll see, sir, in the next release of the results.
So my point there is at face value what you are itong ELNA resort kasi this is the context here is mother tongue eh. No? So what I'm getting from this slide is what you're saying is because of these 2 points that you mentioned, mother tongue is effective, no, in short. But I cannot see it from these 2 points eh. And that's why I want to dissect the data, and I want to get from you how to interpret this data or these 2 bullet points. It seems to me that just by looking at the bullet points, it doesn't give me a favorable view on or inconclusive view on mother tongue.
Sir, it's where we are.
Yes, where we are, correct.
Yes.
But the context kasi here is we're improving eh.
Well, Mr. Chair, I am told by some of our specialists that if we did not use MT, mother tongue, the results could have been worse. But of course, as I've said, 2017, 2018 lang po yung meron tayong results, and we started this 2017. So, hindi pa naman po din na-assess yung way back when we were doing bilingual as well to compare, Mr. Chair.
But Sec, we're nanguhula ho tayo eh. Yan ang feeling ko eh. We're not getting the right measurements from you or from the from the department. So I don't know. Again, no, based on face value, it doesn't conclude anything. No, because there's no time series. There is no. We cannot compare this to anything. No.
Mr. Chairman, this is Senator Pia.
Yes,
Can
Senator
I-
Pia. Yes, go ahead, Senator Pia.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't have video because I'm mobile, but you can hear me.
Very clear, very clear.
Yeah. I've been listening, no. I just had to step out to a DTI budget hearing, but I came back some time ago during this presentation. I'd like to share my concern, no, similar to what the chairman is raising. I don't know if I missed something, but I was also asking my staff to update me. I share the same concern, Mr. Chairman, and may I add, the discussion on the second bullet point is on the non-Tagalog test takers, no, and the fact that 90% of them, this is the conclusion that we're slowly drawing out, right? 90% of them are not in the proficient or highly proficient, and that's why you were able to elicit from ASEC that is something like she said, majority are in the almost proficient. But what I wanted to emphasize is we are talking only about the non-Tagalog test takers. Did I miss a slide on Tagalog test takers? Kasi the bullet point on top of that only refers to proficiency in English, not on numeracy. So, was there a separate discussion on that, Mr. Chairman?
No, not at all. Actually, that's why
Oh,
I'm.
yun lang. So,
That's why
kulang ko
I'm.
lang talaga. Diba? So, I agree with everything the chairman commented, and I'm adding this to what is even further confusing me. That we're not even, parang this slide is so like confusing and misleading. So, because we don't have anything on the Tagalog test takers. So, yun lang muna observation ko. I have a few more, but I'm just adding that to your line of questioning, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Go ahead, Senator Pia. I am actually. I just want to point that out so that we'll request from ASEC Ambat and DepEd to supply us with the information and their analysis on the information, because these two bullet points were taken into because the context here is mother tongue is being implemented, and mother tongue is effective, although without challenges. But I don't see that in these two bullet points. So that's why I'm trying to ask Ambat to explain it to us.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I may, we will, if you would allow us, Mr. Chair, we will just submit a report to the committee to further give clarity on your questions, and as well as on the slides. Kasi po, yun nga, there are, we sent, I know we sent the data to your office as well, but we will provide the narrative and the analysis na lang po, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please. Because if I'm looking at your presentation, after this, actually, you discussed about the other researches that pointed to uh, mother tongue as a way forward. So my my take on this presentation is we have to continue with mother tongue, but we're trying to now analyze and then figure out what are the basis for that direction, no? So, and one of the basis of your recommendation or your direction is these 2 points, no? But we cannot make sense out of these 2 points, no? So, Senator Pia, anything you want to add?
Yes, I think so. I took shots of some of the slide presentations also where I wanted to get further information. Yeah, I took note that it was mentioned, similar to what I was saying earlier, Mr. Chairman, if you recall, when we started the hearing, I was saying that just from my own experience going around the country, meeting different families, parents, children, that many students, learners in a certain area may not even have that mother tongue in that area, no? Like their parents might have decided to raise their family in Luzon, but both parents are Bisaya or whatever else. No, I mentioned that, and this last presentation said exactly what I observed. No, di ba may presentation dyan na in fact, the reality is in many schools, you have learners of different, where their mother tongue is different from what is being taught. And that's always been my concern. And I'm really appreciative, Mr. Chairman, of this hearing because these issues are coming out. I don't necessarily agree with the conclusion, but I am very willing to listen. But like you, it seems that we're parang may nauungkat tayong mga realities that may not necessarily point to the conclusion that still is being, or the recommendations that are still being made, di ba? Kasi kung sinabi earlier in the presentation na the mother tongue program is based on the assumption that there is one mother tongue. Pero ngayon in this presentation sinabi nga na the reality is maraming in a class na hindi yun ang mother tongue nila, and that hasn't been discussed further. So what na? Well, then we go to the lingua franca, diba? So the presentation did not want to say na, I don't know, I just feel like it was left kind of open-ended, or let's just still pursue. Pero yung let's just pursue, similar yung appreciation ko nun as what I gathered to be your appreciation, Mr. Chairman, na parang Kulang yata tayo sa data to say that we will pursue that direction nga. So that's my observation. It's just an observation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Pia. Yeah, the same with me. And I know that DepEd has made some policy changes on removing or will be removing mother tongue as a subject. But we also want to, aside from learning the logic for that policy change, we also want to be appraised on the efficacy as well as the implementation of the mother tongue through research, impact studies, as well as data gathering. So yun po yung punto po ng hearing na ito. No, we don't have any, personally, I don't have any policy recommendation yet, but I want to learn, I want to see data, and I want to critique as much as possible so that we can elicit a very robust discussion. I'll share a slide, Senator P, if you're with your permission,
Yeah,
because
go ahead. I'm just listening.
because we're trying to find proxies, no? In the absence of an impact study, we're trying to find proxies on the effects of mother tongue to numeracy and science, no? And the only study that we can find is to compare the TIM study between 2003. This is when the bilingual method was used during key stage 1. And then we also compared the 2019 TIM study when the mother tongue was already implemented. So if you look at the scores between the bilingual time, no, in 2003 compared to the mother tongue time, which is 2019, you see a dip in the scores. And we have to remember that TIMS was given or is being given to grade 4 students. So these are students who presumably went through the mother tongue during kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3, and then transitioned to English in grade 4. And you can see a dip in scores, no? A large dip in scores for math and science. And if you go through TIMS, actually it has rich information. Tinanong yung mga bata, are they confident with their math? No? And we'll show you a slide that, hindi yan, isa pa. If you compare the 2003 and 2019, again, no, bilingual and mother tongue, you can see that the level of confidence of students dipped from 34% to 8% in terms of math. And the non-confident, hindi sila confident, went up from 12% to 36%. Of course, it can be argued that from 2003 to 2019, there were many policy changes. There were also other factors. But again, this is just our initial study that we tried to do internally in the absence of an impact study. But we tried to also filter out some of the major policy changes that were implemented between the years 2003 to 2019. Of course, there were a lot, no? From 10 years, naging 12 years, curriculum approach from disciplinary to spiral progression. But one of the major policy changes between those years is the move from bilingual to multilingual. So, and you can see, kasi nga, what we are also hearing from the ground is the students who are taught in their mother tongue, in math and science, when they go to grade 4, and they're now suddenly taught in English, there's that complication that the student experiences. And my interpretation of this data is the student, because of that complication, becomes unsure, no, or becomes not confident of their math skills. So ito po yung nakuha namin from the TIMS data. I just want to ask DepEd if they have looked at this and if they have any comment to this information. We're willing to be validated and we're willing to be disputed. Again, wala kasing formal na study, so we had to make do of what we can. And we're willing to be disputed and corrected with our interpretation of this data. So I want to ask DepEd, and then later on I want to ask ACTRC on their comments regarding our findings. So, DepEd, if you have any comments. Or you need time to analyze this data. May I ask ACTRC for now? What are their comments? Or si DepEd, Dr. Ariola, I think she raised her hands. What's your comment on this, Dr. Ariola?
Okay. Pero hindi ako naririnig.
Hindi namin kayo naririnig.
Audio. I think I've got a problem. So, oo nga, pero wala eh.
There, I can hear you now.
I'm not heard.
Director, I can hear you.
Oo nga,
Director
nandito
Ariola?
ako, pero hindi ako naririnig. Yes, ma'am. I think I've got a...
Director Ariola, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yes, Mr. Chair. May we request that we look at these figures further?
Yes, Director, just take a look at these teams. No, we benchmarked it. Again, there's no, I have to keep on repeating this. There's no impact study, so we're trying to make a sense out of it, out of
Really have
existing
to-
data.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and we really have to take a look whether or not it's the factor that affects this particular result is the language used by the learners. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request Dr. Therese, ACTRC, to give their comments?
All right. So I think more familiar than me on Teams would be Dr. Ferido. And then I'll just give my comments in a bit. Ma'am Marlene.
Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Dr. Frida, good afternoon.
Yes. In 2003, I was still connected with the UP National Institute for Science and Math Education Development, and we help DOST Science Education Institute administer teams 2003. I also remember that we helped in the development of the report. Now, of course, yes, this is part, the graph you showed is in terms of the confidence of the students. And I'd like to also share what I shared in our previous meeting, that let me just check my data. In one of the studies that ACRC did regarding the readiness of students, grade 4 and grade 6 students for science and math curriculum. If you remember, I mentioned that the grade 4 students, upon their entry in grade 4, at the beginning of the school year, 95.5% of our almost 900 samples from different regions were ready meaning to say they were ready, they were with the prerequisite concepts and skills and ready to engage with grade 4 curriculum. That was in math because when they went to, or when the grade 6 students were assessed for readiness, the readiness was very low already. It was on only 41%. So what I'm trying to point out is at grade 4, this group of students in 2018 just went through the MTB MLE program. But of course, we did not delve into, what language did you use, etc., because the language of assessment that we use was English. All right. So what I'm saying is it maybe we don't have data on that, that the prerequisite skills they got from K to 3 were sufficient to help them reach that readiness in grade 4 in math only. So that's it. Now, if we backtrack, because there was a question raised by Dr. Fermin earlier, and one of his questions said, I think number 5, if we access ILSAs in Filipino, what would have been the difference? I remember way back in 1999, there was a Teams repeat where we translated all the questions, but that's in grade 8, to Filipino and administered it to a good number of students in many regions through the Department of Science and Technology. Now, the results on the English and on the translated questions were not different at all. So we were trying to hypothesize that it's not only the language of assessment that they had problems, it's the understanding of the concepts in math and in science. That's why earlier I said we've got to look also at the disciplinary literacy that slowly is being introduced in science and mathematics, and even in the social sciences. It's not just basic literacy. So that's all that I have for the comments. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Dr. Frido. And maybe also request from ACTRC. I know that you are one of the leading research groups here in our country to take a look, just to compare, no, the 2003 and 2019 TIMS. Because again, the absence of an impact study, I think this is a logical proxy, if it's possible. And then we're willing also to discuss with you your findings. These are just our internal analysis, and again, we're willing uh, we're willing that our findings be validated, so that we'll have a much more robust discussion on this topic.
Sir, I think I can go back and check the reports, the complete report for Teams 2003, so that I can also give a better perspective, and not just what I can remember.
But Dr. Frido, but how come the confidence level of our students dipped, no, tremendously
I'm
in
sorry,
math?
sir, but
In math,
yeah, in math.
from 34% confident, very confident, to 8%,
Yeah.
and then the non-confident from 12% to 36%.
Maybe we need to look also at the uh, portions of the curriculum that were, the content domain and the cognitive domains of teams in 2003 versus in 2019. So we need to check those also if they are similar. Yeah. Really, the assessment, the way our students are assessed matter a lot. I mean, the assessment happening in the classroom is so much different from what they encounter in ILSAS. And that's a hump, or a gap that they need to reckon with. Yeah. And that could contribute also to confidence level. But I'm not sure what
Yeah.
confidence level really entail, I mean, with respect to the data.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. But my thoughts on this, because I also have gone around the country, is and the feedback of grade 4 students being ready. In fact, the anecdotal feedback I get from teachers is they need 1 quarter for the students to be ready. Depending on the student's capability. But what I'm getting is they need 1 quarter for grade 4 students to be ready for science and math. That's what I'm getting. And there's a time for students because of the difference in language. There's a gap that the students need to fill in order to respond to the English MOI being used in grade 4. So I'm just correlating that anecdote to this data. Of course, I don't have that direct connection, but again, these are things that we are putting together from our own research and consultation. So,
Okay.
yep, Dr. Bustos.
So I just wanted to add that I guess this is indicative that our students have not really mastered the language of instruction, which is why when that language of instruction is used in assessment, they do not perform well. However, if you ask, for example, we as a country have a choice in terms of what language to use for these assessments. And the usual response that I would get from colleagues in the department would be, we use English because that is the declared medium of instruction for that particular subject, for that particular grade level. Unfortunately, for example, if you take the test in grade 4 and you would take that test in English, you would have had just a few years of English instruction to prepare you for it. But that doesn't mean that we, for example, eradicate, for example, the use of mother tongue, because precisely that was the reason why mother tongue was introduced, because we were seeing that our students, when tested using a foreign language such as English, they were not performing well. And so we wanted to make sure that they understood those concepts well. We now know, and based on the different research, that the way MTBMLE was implemented was really very difficult and different in many places. And so I think this is one area that we really need to look more into. But again, we have made decisions as a country to take the tests in English, knowing our language situation. And and that could have been averted because, for example, like for CPLM, you could even take it not just in your national language, but it could be taken in other languages given the context of the country. And I think these are things that were not were that were not taken into consideration when we decided to take those tests in English. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Therese. So many things that we can talk about and discuss, and truly, it's our direction here in the committee is to gather as much information, feedback, and data, to help us come up with a policy recommendation on mother tongue, because we're also talking to a lot of practitioners and hearing different feedbacks from them. So for the last comment is Dr. Fermin, and then we'll suspend this hearing, and then we'll go back again for another session especially after receiving the materials from DepEd and from our other resource persons. Dr. Fermin, you have the last comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the input that I will give has something to do with two other important movements happening within the DepEd that led to the TIMS of 2003, where the bilingual education policy was still in place. So it might be good, Mr. Chair, for our DepEd colleagues who will be looking into further granular details about the comparison that you have shown, which I think is an important part of our conversation. Um, the DepEd folks can recall that there was a Philippine English language teaching project, or PELT, that took place from 1995 to May 2001, which was managed primarily by the Ateneo Center for English Language Teaching, where the direction was to enhance the competency of teachers in English, particularly those teaching the content areas, including mathematics and science. And then in 2002, if you recall, we did the basic education curriculum, the RBEC. And at that time, one of the directions was to enhance discipline based knowledge. But also around that time, from 1999 to 2003, the late brother Andrew Gonzalez spearheaded the Lingua Franca Education Project, LFAP, which was designed towards ensuring that the regional languages were really used to further appreciation and understanding of even the content areas. So what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, is that I think we should also look into some of the antecedents that impacted on the way things are being taught and assessed at that time and compare them to the actual conditions that led to the performance of our learners and, of course, ultimately our teachers in 2019 for the TIMS. Just some things that I think we also need to be mindful of, because that will help us understand what kind of conditions were present when the data points that you showed were actually sensitive to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for those reminders, Dr. Fermin. Well, we've been here for 5 hours, and thank you very much to everyone. It's really truly insightful, and I learned a lot today. Senator Pia, are you still there for any last comments?
Yes, I'm still here. I also want to thank Dr. Fermin for that. No, I am a big believer of the importance of looking at the context and the historical situation that existed at the time we were analyzing data. So when Dr. Fermin mentioned that at the time Lingua Franca program was introduced, I think we really have to have a deeper understanding of all that, because even I, in my limited experience in the Senate, whether it's education policy, health policy, it really helps that I have an understanding of what policies were in place, what changed. So this has been very helpful. I'd like to thank all the resource persons also, Mr. Chairman. But I'd also like to very quickly just go back to one point that was mentioned in the last presentation. There was a slide on gender, and it showed how our boys are lagging behind the girls. Do you recall that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, yes. It was,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. From
Anyway,
AC,
on that slide, and for another time, not now, that is a very important issue, something that I really wanted to emphasize, that we should not uh, brush aside. And I know not that anyone is brushing it aside, but I wanted to really point that out, because remember how years ago the goal really around the world, and it still is the goal in many parts of the world, is to ensure that girls are in school, di ba? That is the gender bias, that the girls, that is where the gender
inequality lies. That many girls stayed home to do housework and didn't get a chance to go to school, and it still remains to be an SDG in many parts of the world. But in our case, for the last almost a decade, I think, our data shows that girls are in school, that they're staying in school, and even in higher education, Mr. Chairman, you'll recall we have lots of data that shows that they're excelling in med school, in law school. In fact, in the oath taking I attended of my daughter for architecture, they said it's the first time in history that there are more women board takers, board passers, and oath takers. So I raise this, Mr. Chairman, because again, as we explore, although this particular hearing is about mother tongue, lingua franca, proficiency in English, proficiency in school, and all that, that is a valid concern about the boys being left behind, Mr. Chairman. So let's take that up in another case, or let's always consider that in the context of the discussions. I don't know if there is really a valid. Remember, I'm sure you've also heard this. Our experts here have heard, I'm sure, the data, not the data, but studies saying that boys tend to be better at this, girls tend to be better at this. I don't even know if those are still valid, but the point remains now that girls have had the opportunity to stay in school, at least in our country, and it's also being seen in other countries. It's the boys that are getting left behind, and we don't want that to happen, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'd like to join you in thanking our resource persons for staying with us all this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Pia. And indeed, one of the things that we can be proud of with our country is we always score very high in the Gender Equality Index. I think we're top 3 or top 5, top 3. If correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Pia, but we're always on top of that index. So thank you again very much to our resource persons, of course, to Dr. Casanova, to Mr. Rodriguez, and to Mr. Marin, who is here with us physically. Maraming salamat po for staying with us and sharing your insights with us. So we'll suspend this hearing and we'll see you later on. Thank you.